We're going to play, or let me say, the last bus will leave at 11 p.m. So this is just information that I'm giving you so that you'll be prepared for the night. Without much further ado, allow me to call our MC to direct us into the event. Thank you. Benita.
Good morning, everyone. I was just telling William, saying thank you for being a gentleman. It's good to know that they still exist. Morning, everyone. I hope you slept well and ready for today's session. To start off our program, our speaker for this session is Admire Kwanzura, and he's presenting on reimagining sustainable digital education for Africa. I'll briefly share his profile. Admire is the current president of the Institute of IT Professionals South Africa. He has over 15 years of experience in ICT and holds a BCom honors in computing science from University of South Africa. Admire is a certified information system auditor, IT governance advisor, IT trainer, and practitioner. He is passionate about digital education and improving human lives using information technology. He is currently an IT manager at International School of Cape Town. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Admire Kwanzura as he comes up front. Come on, guys, it's early in the morning. Let's welcome.
No, she didn't do anything wrong. Relax, lady. Just as we had just checked with the team that was doing the wrap up for yesterday.
Okay.
I just want to quickly remind you for the next 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. I'm so sorry. It's just for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Earlier when I think they are ready. Can I, if you will allow me, it's your session. For Doc Hapanyong to just come and summarize things for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's a Friday, so we'll start with the truth. We were not ready because just like everyone else, we enjoyed ourselves last night. And when we turned those tickets into beers, things naturally happened. So apologies for being just normal like you. Right, we'll just briefly go through the what we heard yesterday. This is not a summary at all because obviously when people are in a conference like this, people have got different texts for different speakers. So if what we talk about here is not what you heard, it's okay. You used your ears. We also used our ears, and this is what we had. From Dr. Chanakira, I think there was a lot of new truths which were really spoken. Data is the new gold. The world is more social now than ever before. The user priorities are really shifting, and hence the needs of one. If you actually remember that the needs of one, and I'm really hoping that even after a few brewskis last night, the Neds are still realizing that they have actually won. He spoke about disruption and how our activities need to make things better, right? As mentioned before, we need to go ahead and follow Dr. Chanakira on social media because of quite a bit of the new announcements, which we are actually realizing that he is actually going to be having. And also the downloading of the cash flow optimizer app. I think it is incumbent on each and every person, especially while you're actually in a zone of free Wi-Fi. There's free Wi-Fi actually around which you can actually use to download not only Dr. Shanakira's app, but even other apps which you cannot, hopefully there will be clean apps as you download them. Joyce, we really want to continue congratulating Joyce. She has got quite a bit of exciting things she is going to be revealing for us, and which she's already revealing for us. As you can actually see, there's an online store which is actually already there. I hope you guys are actually purchasing rather than just saying there's an online store. But the issue of the women in our ICT space, I think, was really emphasized, and are really are excited about some of the programs which are going to be coming through. Then Blessing, she spoke about a lot. Innovation failing because of a number of reasons, including ignoring customer experience as well as focusing on technology. Organizations should not be shy to outsource expertise on the digital transformation journey, as an external eye will always bring in a refreshing view to the whole thing. Internal biases can detach internally driven projects from reality on their grounds. Three key strategies: define innovation at low level, focus on quick wins, and measure your KPIs against the strategy. So obviously the issue of knowing the business strategy and aligning to the business strategy as we're actually delivering our solutions is very, very key. Amit spoke on the importance of focusing on innovation rather than technology, integration of Oracle infrastructure, which leads to seamless integration. I think there was actually quite a bit of interesting texts which they are actually looking at. And of course, he spoke about the support which they are actually having, including, let's say, the EPL in as far as Oracle. And of course, we all agreed that the statistics on the Chelsea and Arsenal game were really, really wrong. And you remember his answer was that garbage in, garbage out. So obviously, they have got too many Chelsea people who are capturing the data there. Lanemtande, software-defined wide area network, I think they really went to town about this technology and the fact that we can actually go ahead and get the technology, whether it will be housed in-house or it is actually going to be on the cloud. And with the cloud solution, which they actually have, the issue of the load balancing, especially in as far as your internet service providers, if you actually have got, let's say, your multiple internet service providers. Tawanda, of course, we all know the A380 drone and the video, which was really, really amazing over there. And the issue of the disruption when he spoke about 16 hectares in 2 hours when it is actually using a drone as opposed to the knapsacks, there was actually an incredible benefit. People with the knapsacks, even if they've got the masks, there's a health hazard over there. So we can actually go ahead and really look at how they are actually saving the health of people by bringing in the drones. Of course, the issue of how they are actually using the drones in the different areas, locally and regionally and globally. But he actually gave us quite a number of interesting red flags or warnings or things to actually look at. Do not go ahead and release your vision too early, even if when you're actually looking at investors. The other thing is also we need to actually go ahead and stimulate our legislatures, stimulate so that we do not go ahead and get foreign direct investment which de-enfranchises the locals, as what is happening in quite a number of I think it's mainly the East African countries, because of Malawi was actually, I think, an example which was actually really, really used here because of opening up the space too much and then in the end favoring the foreign investors at the behest of the local investors. Then there were a couple of sessions. I know some people when we were released then actually went before the dinner, but there were a couple of sessions of which there was one which was looking at the experiences from the field, when there was a transformation of the ICT role, for us to actually realize that the ICT role is transforming, just like all the other roles are transforming. And we need to actually keep our eyes on the money, our eyes on growing the business. We need to accept the changes that are happening in our profession, align with business goals, so that we actually continue being relevant. Then it's difficult for me to summarize, otherwise I'll start giving you a presentation, which this person here who is talking also spoke about precision agriculture yesterday, the use of locally developed or assembled technologies, and the need to use our institutions in as far as R&D is concerned. And then lastly, there was the issue of the members with benefits, or is it membership benefits, members with benefits, it depends on how you're actually looking at it, and also it really depends on how many brewskis you took just before those benefits were actually announced. But yes, as a Computer Society of Zimbabwe member, there's a cocktail of benefits which was actually announced yesterday, of which we are really hoping that all of us as members and those who are about to become members, because they are now benefits, God bless you, those who are about to become members because they are benefits, let's actually really go ahead and take advantage of those. Some of them, obviously, we need to actually continue calling our council members or our secretariat, so that we actually know how we can actually go ahead and benefit. And lastly, of course, there was the ones who actually then won the raffle, and the ones who actually won the various brewskis which were actually given yesterday, who wanted 6 packs, but they were given 1 packs, but they were still as intoxicated at the end of the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that recap. At this point in time, I would like to say, I'd like to recognize the presence of Honorable Deputy Minister Puti, who has just joined us. I say welcome, sir. Hope you're going to have a great day today. And also the presence of our President, Madam Joyce Benza. Thank you for being with us today. As I've already introduced Mr. Admire, I would like to call him to come up front and share his presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Seems we are not lively. I wish to to blame the last night event. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Firstly, I must tell you that I feel honored to be speaking at this event. I've spoken to other events before, but I think this one is a bit special one. And thank you for inviting me. In the audience, I see we have the Deputy Minister Puti, Madam President, the members of the Secretariat, and members of the academia. I see Dr. Panyengwi. I was chatting to him about my previous studies at the UZ, and he was so instrumental to the work that we were doing. So I thank him again. And as I must also recognize my former boss when I was still working here in Zim. I see he's here, Mr. Machai Chvariro. And thank you. So today I'm going to speak on behalf of the IITPSA, that's the Institute of IT Professionals South Africa, and I'm the current president there. So I'm going to share with you on sustainable digital education for Africa. So let me start. I think this conference is coming at a significant moment in the history of the world. Sometime this month, United Nations predicts that the world population will be 8 billion. I think it could be this week somewhere here in Africa that we have the 8 billionth person. And as we welcome this child and the peers, this is an opportune time for us, the elders of the global, to take stock of how we a new digital world is changed. And I think everything has changed. It's a digital world. It becomes also that jobs that existed 10 years back are falling away, won't be able to exist in the next decade or so. Now, with the IITPSA, we carry out a skills survey every year in association with Wits University and JSE, where we look at the skills trends and what are the skills on demand. So what we found out this year was that a lot of companies were employing international employees, and professionals from all over the world are no longer confined to their locations. They can work remotely in different areas at different times. And we see core to that is this ICT subject, which is an enabler. So as ICT professionals, the opportunities are there, and we should think about the children. Our education systems should then align to the new future of work so that we prepare these children for the future of work. Online digital education is breaking down borders and allowing local students to study anywhere in the world. Then institutions also offer education to students elsewhere in the world. In an effort to prepare the young people for the new world, and we need to reimagine digital learning, especially in the context of Africa. I'm quite encouraged to see the authorities, the policymakers joining us at this conference, and I hope that's this vision that we all have will get some political support and political will so that we achieve this. To enable this vision, we need to shift some thinking. There needs to be a paradigm shift where we start to see things in a different way. We need to relook at our pedagogical approaches. Let's look at our curriculums, our syllabuses, our method of delivery for our students in our schools. Let's prepare children for a world which is more creative and imaginative and innovative. Let's create that innovative thinking in our frameworks. The agile, lean and cost-effective strategies will function in a scalable, flexible, bandwidth environment, enabling educators and practitioners to transform the current brick and mortar learning environment into digital and blended system in an effort to try and achieve one of the SDG goals of the United Nations on sustainable development goals by 2030 on education. I think my slide. So no one in this journey to move education digitally and prepare our education and our learners for the new challenge, no one should be left behind. But for us to get everyone on track and achieve these goals, I know some were telling me that these SDGs, they are just ambitious, but I think it's a reality that we need to start to implement them. We need to start to look at them seriously and implement measures so that we can achieve this. Africa cannot afford to continue to think small and act slowly. We need to move at a pace the rest of the world is moving in this digitization. However, we have got challenges as much as we have opportunities. And some of the challenges that we have is the digital divide. Let me move this. The pandemic illustrated to us the impacts of digital divide, where we start to see other children could access lessons, could access online learning through the online, when other students couldn't access education during the time of the pandemic. We noticed that there was a huge digital divide. If we look at our demographics, people in the rural areas, they couldn't access, some of them couldn't access technology to use in classes so that they can be at par with other children elsewhere in the world. But remember, these children are also writing the same examinations. So let's try to create a level playing field so that no one is left behind. I'd like to pick from the minister's statement last night where he said some of these options, these technologies are no longer a choice. Connectivity, broadband for education is no longer a choice. It is therefore imperative that schools must be provided with internet broadband to prepare these children for the next generation of learning and of work. The ITU estimates that 1.3 billion in the world have no connectivity. Of the 8 billion that we achieved this week, 1.3 billion have no connectivity. And most of that population is in our continent. So it therefore tells us that we have got a lot to do to achieve that. There are also people with in marginalized communities, people with disabilities. We must ensure that they also have access to broadband. Governments need to prioritize broadband connectivity initiatives that not only deliver the coverage, but also broadband connectivity should be cost effective. In some cases, like in the South African context, we pushed this and we managed to get major players in that field of connectivity and telco to zero rate education platforms like Khan Academy for students. They are zero rated on both on our big mobile operators, Vodacom, MTN. If you are accessing education stuff, you are zero rated. Those are some of the initiatives that the industry can do. At the same time, the government must also create a conducive environment, maybe with legislation that is pro connectivity and enabling that environment so that the children can have access to education. Then we also need to speak on the digital divide about the affordability of devices and internet service. It remains one of the challenges, like I said, and the price of devices, EdTech devices, should be in the reach of the parents. The students must have devices. We have seen that most schools that are doing well, the children are using technology, the teachers are using technology, the classrooms are using technology. We are saying to these children, they are more into technology these days. You walk in the street, you see the kids are holding phones. They get into a classroom, they sit there, the teacher's reading the books, the kids are bored. They're busy playing on the phone. Now, what we see from that is that the children are more into tech. They are more interested in the devices. So what we are saying is, let's go to them, let's speak their language, let's introduce tech, get their attention, and push the message of education in them. Let's prepare them for the real world that they are facing. I'm thinking right now of schools in the rural areas where they don't even have connectivity. They don't have internet. They don't even know how to access these resources. These resources are very important part of their life because that's the environment they are going to learn to grow in. They are future citizens. They should be able to access government services through the internet. They should be able to learn online, even to study elsewhere, everywhere, where they want. There must be some freedom, but for that freedom in education, we need an enabling environment. We need to put in place the right infrastructure so that we can achieve those SDG goals. Also, skills and, sorry, my thing is moving slowly. Talk about skills and education. So our educators also, our schools must be modernized. Our teachers must be taught how to use these technologies. It's one thing we have technology, and it's another thing if we can make use of that technology to get the correct outcomes. Therefore, we call upon education to be prioritized when governments look at their budgets. There is more that needs to happen, and we need to take these initiatives seriously if we are going to achieve these goals. Because we believe education needs to adapt to the mainstream expectations that digital services are smart and personalized, so they will need to deliver consumer type of personal learning management to students and also the parents. Now, in conclusion, I think I'm still good with time. Sure. I would like to emphasize that education to prepare our children for 4IR will require commitment, innovation, and massive effort on the part of every stakeholder. Universal access and a reinvented digital education environment can bring economic growth, prosperity, and better quality of life, especially in Zim where Zim is open for business. And the digital technologies have the potential to make those goals achievable. So in my conclusion, I would like to emphasize that a dawn of inclusion, creativity, and innovation beckons for all of us to use technology for sustainable development. We need to start from our basic education. Let's digitize the education system. Let's put more efforts, more resources. Let's put all hands on the deck towards education. Let's put all the efforts that we can towards the future of our children. So, with that, I think I would like to quote Nelson Mandela's famous statement on education that we all know, that education is the most important weapon that you can use to change the world. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Admire, for that insightful presentation. You know, what really caught my attention was about the digital divide. You know, it's good that we've got so many internet service providers in here, and I hope you heard the call to zero rate all education platforms. You know, in line with the Education 5.0, we really need to work towards making sure that we achieve that vision. Up next, we have our next speaker, Ms. Faye Macheke, and I'll briefly share her profile before she comes up front. Faye was the previous Executive Director of Computer Society of Zimbabwe and Business Development Director for ICDL Africa. With a software support background, she later graduated from University of South Africa in Bachelor of Accounting Science. She brings over 20 years of leadership strategy in all aspects of organizational development. She spearheaded the first completely virtual women's rights organization, which currently spans across 19 countries. She is the Executive Director of Women's Rights and Development. She's the chairperson of ICDL Trust Zimbabwe, as well as ICDL South Africa board member. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Faye Macheke.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Great, thank you so much. Honorable Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technologies, Postal and Courier Services. Honorable Putti, Director in the Ministry of ICT, Nathan Cooper. Past presidents here present. Current presidents, Admire Gwanzura, Clement Sinyangwe, and our very own first female president of color, Joyce Benza. All protocols observed. Today, I'm going to talk about digital literacy. I might repeat your words, Admire, but I think, Honorable Minister, it's just the message that it's important that we have digital literacy. Today, I want to talk about digital literacy being the key to unlocking the technologies. I'm almost seeing it as the emerging technologies inside a room, but without that key of digital literacy, it's all behind everything that we want to achieve is behind that door, and we can't reach it without the key. So we said that this is for business development. What is the business case for us ICT practitioners? In sub-Saharan Africa, 230 million jobs will require digital skills by 2030, according to IFC. This is an opportunity of 130 billion to provide digital skills through a combination of business to consumer, business to business, and business to government training services. I think we've lost the connection. But I'll carry on. only 50% of countries. Now I've lost the connection. I was going to get to digital economies and digital infrastructure, but you went there before me.
Being quite conversant, you know. I remember a lot of times guys were, can you see my mouse? You know, that kind of thing. When you are trying to help someone remotely now and you need the assistance of that person, yeah, it opened up something. So there is a really need to bring people up to speed.
And for those people that are good with figures, I like figures. Was there a cost in terms of the effort that it took to get the organizations back on board? Can anyone tell us from their organization how much they spent on having to train people that they assumed that were trained already? Anybody? And if you don't have a cost, even a percentage.
Thank you. In our organization, as you were saying, because I mean, we are always sort of like traditionally had what we call the brown bag series, where we train typically on the digital skills every Friday. Little did we know that people were really not paying attention. So what we just did was to redo all that training. We actually had to literally redo the training which we had actually done in the last 6 months because of we're a small organization with 35 people. I would actually go ahead and say of the 35 or 34 because I exclude my CEO. Otherwise, you don't want to put him as part of the statistic. Of the 34 people, I would actually really say 6 of them were trained. The rest of them were still in training. Thank you.
Thank you, Guildford. Gentlemen, I'm going to run out of something to say if I don't have my presentation. I am waiting patiently, but I shall attempt to make this a little bit more fun. In terms of government services, can anyone tell me what they experienced during the pandemic? I know that I had issues with my passport and it was one of the most terrible times of my life to be stuck somewhere and just not have the technology to be able to email and get my passport as other countries do. Can anyone share their experiences in terms of accessing government services?
I was stuck at an airport. I just gotten everything sorted in my mind, but then they required one form. I went online on our site and could not find it. I needed to complete this form. I was nearly in tears, and because I was out of Zimbabwe, I started then really speaking in Shona so I could support myself and saying I need to find this form. I'm not a fan of one form, otherwise, and it's cooking and you know, that kind of thing. So I noticed that sometimes we take a lot of things for granted, and maybe we are not putting them on the platforms where they are easily accessible, and it should be. And after all that, when I got back to the counter, they then presented me with the printed form. So I felt sad that I couldn't access it online.
Thank you. Anybody else? Maura?
Crazy, lots of governments.
Otherwise, I would have asked him to switch your laptop. Please, that's from there.
And so it's perfect.
It's okay if it doesn't work.
And your point is, I've worked from home for 2 years. Now in South Africa, they finally got over that because way past we locked down was really way over. They still get that, but of course now it's
Presentation.
please be patient.
Wait up.
I remember being stuck. I was in Berlin just before they announced that there was a virus in South Africa. I don't know why they were that honest, because it made all of us victims, but the government services were across the world affected. And on that day, I realized if I did not leave, I was never going to leave for however long. So I decided to go to the airport early in the morning. And as someone said, when you think that the attendants know about, they're digitally literate because they sit in front of those computers, when a problem hit them, there was complete chaos. First of all, their systems were upgraded with new vaccine regulations. So when I came into the country, it had been your vaccination must be 48 hours. Now it was 24 hours. And anyone who did not have it updated for 24 hours missed their flight. There were also no flights because they immediately grounded everybody except one, Qatar, that was going to Doha, and then from Doha going to South Africa. So I was lucky to get on that last flight, and now we got to Doha. We had students that were coming from other countries like Australia that were going to South Africa and needed to get home, but knew that with the pandemic, if they went home, they would not be allowed back to study. So now they were stuck, and the airline was saying, it is your choice whether you choose to stay, to go to South Africa or not. So you have to pay for a new ticket if you wanted to go back to Australia. I really felt sorry for everybody, but for my own sanity, I decided to just concentrate on getting home. Lots of people stuck. So, okay, I think we're back online. And we can go back to our business case. So 50% of countries in Africa have computer skills, in quotes, as part of their school curriculum, compared to 85% of countries globally. When I say have computer skills, I mean that they have, in some cases, in Africa especially, they have computers, We have visited labs where the computer is in the pit latrine. There are computers lined up and there's a computer lab which is not opened because they're scared to damage the computers. So those computers are not being used, and this is across a range of countries in Africa. Digitally unskilled workers are a danger to government data and to the quality of service provided to the public. Because if they don't know how to access data, they don't understand confidentiality and privacy and electronic laws, then our data is not safe. As a country, it's something that, Honorable Minister, I hope that we can pay attention to. So, what was the perception and the reality? We talked about this just now. And we looked at several countries. You can see there in orange the perception of how people thought, of what people thought they knew, and then in blue of the actual skills that they had. I'm not going to spend time on this because we talked about it. The pandemic, I call it the truth serum about digital literacy because it exposed the truth of where we are. There was business, it interrupted business continuity, education continuity. I think you all know where we're going. And instantly there was now a focus, whether anybody knew about technology, even the people in the village were focusing on devices, on applications, on connectivity to be able to connect to people outside. And it exposed exactly where we need to go. So while it was a really hard experience for us, it was also an opportunity. And so the new digital divide, when we first started talking about computers, and people were laughing about MS-DOS yesterday, but when we started talking about computers, it was the digital divide really was who can use a computer and who can't use a computer. Now there are classes of digital divide. There are those that have iPads, those that have access to smartphones, and those that don't. Then there's a digital workplace skills where some are already far ahead of others and that is the cost of doing business. The difference between your digital workplace skills and ones without. And there is a gentleman in the corner who's reading his book because he's a digital native, born and using technology all the time. But what I want to stress is that in the actual work environment, that same person may not be as productive because they cannot use the applications in a business-orientated way. And they are the people, I'm sure we know them and we love them, that say, I work so hard because I leave work at 9 p.m. And I'm a hard worker. But I think some of those people, it's true, they are hardworking. A lot of them are leaving work at 9 p.m. because it's hard. They just can't mail match, so they do 100 letters. Of course you leave work at 9. And here's where we want to get to, a digital ecosystem. This was produced by USAID in terms of where we actually want to be. You can see that digital literacy is actually part of the digital infrastructure and adoption. Without that, everything else that we are, the world that we're in, cannot happen. As you can see, all of us here sitting are represented by this diagram, whether it's digital governance, whether it's tech, we are all part of this economy. But in order for that to happen, digital infrastructure and adoption, which means all our connectivity, etc. But the key that unlocks that is digital literacy. So what are the key elements of a digital skills strategy? International best practice. I think when we were talking today, Mr. Gobo was talking about standards. it's important that if we are going to be global and operate on a world standard, we need standards. And standards start from the digital literacy. It starts from that person not only knowing about what to do with their mouse, but being at a level that can compete with anyone else in the world. We need to look at the current workforce. How do we get a country to actually perform? Again, civil service and public service have to lead the way in terms of access to services, and then SMEs and corporates can follow on with the infrastructure present. Maya talked a lot about the primary school education. I'm not going to go through most of that, but let's start. Let's start with a small pilot. Let's develop delivery capability, and let's extend and sustain. So why ICDL? And it's simple, because it works. We have had a varied experience across different countries in the world of how it works and why it works. While I'm just going to ask you to say maybe 2 or 3 points about the experiences we've had, just because Admaya talked about inclusion and what that means, and how ICDL has been able to include different aspects of our society. You can come up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faye. I'm just going to share a few experiences that we've had. I'm not taking up much time. We were talking about the digital divide, but often when we speak about the digital divide, we are thinking of me with I'm able-bodied and maybe I'm just challenged in a few areas. But we are not thinking of those that have a lot of challenges. We are not thinking of Benjamin, who has to think about how he's going to get through his exam typing with his feet. We had Benjamin from Zambia who was struggling to complete an exam, and we didn't know because they hadn't told us. And it took Benjamin the first try, he failed the exam. Then we asked, they said he's taking longer because he's typing with his feet. That's when we made sure that he had extended time and he was able to get through his exam. And his passing is getting above 90%. And then we had Laura. Laura is using, she doesn't have arms, she's using a mouse to type on the keyboard. And she uses a pen and then she's typing on the keyboard. Her results are 90% and above. And she's excited just to be getting through these sessions. And she's saying, I feel like I'm also included. I feel like I'm also now part of the system. And then we have someone who was Great Joy, who was told that he's uneducable. But when we took him through sessions, we could tell that he's sharp. And he managed to go through these exams, and he got excited that he could actually pass something and be accredited, yet he had been told that he is uneducable. We also got Nicole, who couldn't use her hands, and she had to use an eye tracker for her to get through and just go through her session. She was excited that at least this system was allowing her to be able to also be part of the system. So it's food for thought for all of us as we think of the digital divide. Oftentimes we just think of someone like me who's able-bodied, and then we don't invest in those that are challenged and then have a lot more challenges. So I thought I would just include that. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. And it is because of being fully inclusive that the ICDL has managed to reach 70 million certification tests and 17 million candidates across the world, as you can see. So what do we need to do and how can we learn from this? ICDL came into Zimbabwe in 1999. We were part of the group that went to Rwanda and Namibia to try and get them to adopt ICDL. Back at home before that, we had ICDL in most of the institutions. I know that at that time, RBZ abolished their help desk because they insisted that everybody has digital literacy. And they took away their PAs actually, because they said, no, it was Delta that took away their PAs and said that everyone could actually do the work themselves, and they worked that way. Zimra followed, and they reported at that time that they had improved their efficiency by 5%. And of course, with the power of networking, Computer Suppliers Association also benefited because they were able to reduce the cost of digital devices coming into the country at that time by 5%. This is Paula Ingabire, who was the keynote speaker at the forum, ICDL of Africa Forum in Kigali that we attended with the president of the Computer Society about 3 weeks ago. Their target at the moment is that they are, by 2022 now, they are on 30 to 34% in terms of digital literacy for the country. By 2024, they want to have 60% of adults being digitally literate, and by the same year, 100% of the youth being digital literate. They have 30% women in leadership positions, and everyone coming in, whether they're a woman or a male, is coming in being digitally literate as a minister, because they're able to research, they're able to speak together and collaborate much more than the meetings that they have. And to quote Paula, she said, every job you can think of, especially in government institutions, has a requirement of digital skills. We are putting every effort in ensuring all civil servants are equipped with the minimum digital skills. And they are really pushing at efficiency. I think that President Benza mentioned how we were full of admiration for a country that we actually talked to about digital literacy probably 10 or 11 years ago. And we marveled at that, and we're a little bit sad that we were taking it to another country and now they have overtaken us. In Namibia, they have decided on a strategy of starting with teachers because it's important that they are digitally literate before they teach. And I'm not talking about tech. I think tech, our kids are very good with that, and then it opens up the world, especially for girl children, to be able to get into IT, because it's not strange, it's not something new, it's something that they're just used to. So their strategy is teachers. I could not at this time get the number of teachers that we have trained so far, but I think we've been doing it since 2006. And then from there, they want to get into schools. They're already at University of Namibia in terms of digital literacy and civil servants. They also are having coding boot camps to ensure that coding becomes a way of life for kids, and that already at grade 3, grade 6, it's not mysterious. Again, it is about economic empowerment. We've just had the government of Guinea Conakry sign at the same function. They signed their commitment to digital literacy. I could not get quite the numbers that they have done so far in their piloting phase because he was speaking in French and there was no translation. But he did sign on. The Minister of Post Telecommunications and Digital Economy did sign on to this agreement in terms of digital literacy, and they will be coming up next week with their targets of where they want to get to. So what does this have to do with us? We are all IT practitioners. We don't really need this. And I think I came up with this gather, disrupt, seed. It's a cycle. We are gathered here and we are convening with a purpose. What do we need to come out of here knowing that as we step out and when we come back together, and when we're committing to being a member of computer society or a member of a citizen that's willing to upgrade our country, what is it that we can have as targets today? And how do we disrupt? What emerging technologies do we need, given where we are as a country, to actually disrupt the status quo as it is now and develop that ecosystem that we are talking about? And what is our part in seeding, in making sure that we have digitally literate citizens? And it does, yes, it is a public service and government needs to lead this, but we are corporates with the same tools that any other corporate has. What role are we playing in terms of making our own workplace digitally literate? As I said before, we had great giants in terms of RBZ, Zimra, Delta, Zesta, I think, came on, quite big institutions whose IT managers, IT personnel committed to bring digital literacy in the organization. They brought ICDL into their organizations, and all of them reported a change then. And so the cycle, it looks like, has disrupted, and they seeded, but we need to go back again and gather and say, what is it we need to do again? Because it is the experience. And so what opportunities then exist from a national context for government? I think we need to ensure that there's a starting point to digital interaction. And that means that we are disrupting. We are creating a digital ecosystem framework, one that is an enabling environment, a system and a culture all at once. It needs to be just part of what we do. And in order for it to be part of what we do, Honourable Minister, we implore the government to be able to have the political will, but not only the political will, but the demonstrated demand for access to services of us as citizens. And as we say that, we are also standing here saying, let's collaborate and co-create together with government and be in support as IT practitioners who are sitting here present and are able to bring what the government needs in terms of thought leadership, in terms of access to information, which may not be as easily translated by others outside this room. In terms of the individual, we're already gathered here, we're collaborating, we're getting ideas, we're reaching out, and as much as we all work for organizations, we also talk about professional growth and what that means to us as IT practitioners. I think Dr. Chanakira yesterday was talking about how, connect with me so I can help you, etc. So we are actually have an offer to stand on the shoulders of those who went before. But as we're standing on those shoulders, we need to notice everything while we're climbing on those shoulders. What mistakes were made? What lessons can we learn in developing our own businesses and enable ourselves to do better than that mentor that we have? We need to seed, prepare the ground. What part are we playing in terms of ensuring that there's digital literacy? I said prepare for the ground and wait for rain. But if the rain doesn't come, then get a hosepipe. If you don't have a hosepipe, get a bucket. Make it happen. I think Jack Ma said that every single person has got the ability, has ability and has thought of $1 million idea. And what happens at night, in the morning, they doubt themselves and say, I don't think it's for me. I don't think I can do it. And then they start the cycle again. And so it leads us to disrupt. As speakers before me have said, innovation doesn't mean that it has to be anything really big. But for me, innovation means I'm sick and tired. Hang around with the complainers. What is the service that they're looking for? What are they asking for? What is lacking? And there your innovation is. After that, vision it and then go big. or go suffer. You're not going home. There's no home to go to. Go big or go suffer and continue the cycle of employment. We are all capable to be employers here. In developing our own business or in developing businesses in our institutions, credibility is really important. We know that we are competent. That's why we're here as IT practitioners. But our characters are also important. And whatever we create has to have a conscience. Consistency is a key to success. So if you remember anything as the 3 C's and what credibility means to business, this is how Amazon and all the big tech companies were able to do it. It's consistency all the time. So we know what to expect. We know what to get from Apple, and we don't actually look at the name or anything else because they already come with competence, with character, and with consistency of what we need. Credibility is a degree to which other people can anticipate your future behavior. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faye, for that presentation. Well, as you were presenting about the digital workplace skills, something came to my mind. I remember one time I was assisting a user over the telephone. So I wanted him to give me his team viewer details so that I connect remotely to his machine. So I was telling the guy, go to your desktop and look for a shortcut for the application team viewer. And the guy says, I don't have a desktop, I'm using a laptop. You know, the things that you face. Moving ahead, our next presenter, Henry here, he failed to join us physically. He's not well, so he failed to travel. He'll be joining us remotely. And he's presenting on rethinking the future, leveraging on emerging technologies. And I'll share his profile with you. Harry is a serial entrepreneur with a passion for technology, an ICT consultant and e-government strategist at heart. He has worked with various East African governments in crafting e-government implementation strategies. This work included setting up the East African e-government working group and the development of the East African e-government framework that was ratified by the East African Council of Ministers. Harry, a co-founder of DX5, formerly CIO Africa, where he is also chairman today, and also the founder of Demo Africa he also founded Demo Africa in 2012 to discover innovative startups from Africa and presenting them to the world. Demo Africa has since launched 180 startups. We have raised over $102 million US. He is a recognized leader and is consulted widely by government agencies, international organizations, and private concerns on strategic ICT issues. And he sits on boards of several government agencies and startups. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Harry here virtually.
The captains of university in Zimbabwe, Harare, Zimbabwe. My name is Hari. I am co-founder and the chairman of Africans remain relevant as a business. And the first trend that came to our minds was what is happening across Africa and across the continent, which is digital transformation. You're no longer talking to just the CIO, because we used to talk to the CIO for the longest time. We've created a community of CIOs across East Africa, and we were building that community across Africa. But now when you start talking about digital transformation, then the discussion sort of changes, and it's no longer the CIO who's the center and forward of everything. You realize that now you have to start talking to CEOs, you have to talk to CFOs, you have to talk to CMOs, because they all have collective decision-making around digital transformation. So that's why we with DX, which is short for digital transformation. And 5 are those stakeholders that I mentioned. So that's in long and short of it, that's why we're called DX5. So what do we do at DX5? We actually look at, we connect, we engage, we create engagements. We believe information is power, and we create information to help CIOs, CFOs, CEOs to make good decisions or sound decisions about investment in technology, or when they're carrying their digital transformation agenda. And we do this through our website, through the publications we come up with, and also events like this one, like the one you're attending. So we connect different people to make sure that we pass on the information, we create that experience so that people can be able to talk about these things, these trends, and learn from each other, peer-to-peer insights and that kind of thing. So that's what we do. And I'm one of the very passionate people around digital transformation, despite the fact that a lot of people have gone into digital transformation in the wrong way, looking at it as an event as opposed to as a process. And if you look at digital transformation as an event, you will spend money and you won't be able to get much out of it. But you guys know this more than I do. So I'll stop there in that direction. So coming back to my topic, the topic of the day, the topic I was given, rethinking Africa, from a digital, from a emerging technologies standpoint. So before I even go to that, I feel like it's good to take a step back and look at what COVID-19 did to the continent and to the world. They were coming at a very slow pace. And when COVID hit, all of a sudden people cannot move freely, you can't mingle easily, and a lot of digital transformation started taking place. A lot of people who had they had technology plans, businesses had technology plans, which were some, the plans were somewhere in the shelf, were all dusted, and everybody wanted to get into the swing of things. So COVID sort of accelerated the uptake of technology. It also accelerated the use of technology in different sectors. So if I look at the future now, if you're talking about the future and look at the way the uptake of technology happened during COVID, then, you know, we actually as professionals, we don't have to sort of insist anymore on why it's important to use technology. I think that discussion is over and done with. Yeah. So now we move to a completely different realm where we are actually looking at different use cases for where technology can benefit the continent. So when we get to that point now, this is when I start looking at serious or big policy shifts across the continent. And, you know, the first thing that comes to my mind is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'm not sure whether Zimbabwe has already signed the agreement, but a lot of the countries have signed the agreement, and it provides a massive opportunity for us. It provides an opportunity for us to start connecting as Africa to other African countries. And you know, with the technologies that are coming in, then you quickly start seeing the opportunities that, you know, businesses and individuals are able to get into. So if, say, we look at Kenya, for instance, and I'm going to use Kenya because I'm based here and I see a lot of the activities that are happening here, but I also do a bit of work in South Africa and Nigeria, and I see what is happening in those markets. And because of the connectivity that is now available, you know, the internet, the cloud, and all these technologies, all of a sudden you see you're no longer a person who is domiciled in one country and you can only benefit from the activities or the opportunities within that country. Kenya, there's a whole group of young, intelligent, brilliant people who are actually competing for jobs with people from other countries. You know, it's commonplace to hear, you know, you're in a restaurant or in a bar talking to somebody who tells you, hey, I am working for Google in San Francisco, but I'm based in Kenya, or I'm based in Nairobi, or I'm working for Microsoft in Brussels, but I'm based in Nairobi. So there's, you know, there's these flexibilities that, you know, COVID, of course, brought them in. But now these are things that, you know, can be extended, especially in the African context, through the agreement, where I can be based in Kenya, but I'm working in Zimbabwe, or I'm working for a Zimbabwean company. And, you know, free movement of people, free movement of goods. So there's all these things, shifts that are happening that are being driven on one side by policy, but on the other side by technology. So there's a lot of opportunities that, you know, we see or I see that can be harnessed with us understanding and getting deeper in some of the technologies that we see, and creating a skill base where we can, you know, we can export labor without actually people moving out of the continent. One of the biggest trend and one of the biggest concerns, for instance, that we're seeing in Kenya today is a so-called talent war. And you know, we've had in the last 2 years, I think, 2.5 years, we've seen Google establish their Africa Development Center here. We've seen AWS establish their local presence for Africa here, for Sub-Saharan Africa here. We've seen AWS, Microsoft, Google. We've seen Google establish their Africa Development Center. We've seen MasterCard also establish their Africa Development Center here. So this puts so much pressure. These four companies, because they're hiring developers upwards of 300 at a go, and it's a certain level of developer skill. So they put so much pressure on the skill pipeline that local companies are now struggling to get good devs. But that sort of, so it's yin and yang in the sense that So you have these people who used to work for local companies, all of a sudden are working for a global multinational company, which means one, they get upskilled, two, they get better wages, three, they get probably better working conditions. I don't know. But they're working for a bigger company which has created much larger value than your local company, which it's a good thing, because I believe that talent, the upskilling of that talent, and the exposing that talent to practices, global practices around whatever they are doing, is a good thing, because I believe those guys in another 2-3 years, these are the same guys who will leave those companies and come back and maybe start new companies, do a startup, or join another local company and bring their skills into it. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, you now have a skill deficit for the local companies, because now they can't, the people who they used to work, the people who they had hired are no longer with them. But then it poses an opportunity. I see an opportunity around that, because I believe it's something to do with us building a bigger pipeline of the talent, whereas the multinationals are going to hire the people who are ready, but we also try and develop more people to get into the pipeline. And that provides a whole new opportunity for the African continent, because now you have highly skilled people who are going to get into our businesses, create better products, generate more revenue, build bigger companies, and the list is endless. So I see technology as a massive catalyzer, massive enabler for the growth of the African continent, growth, economic growth and development of the continent, and also for the individuals that are working within that sector. So the future is bright. We need to embrace change. We need to be ready to take on the challenges as they come. But I believe we as the movers of the IT industry, we need to be at the forefront, work together in partnership with our governments and our civil society and our associations to be able to create an environment where everybody wins. We need to create wins for everybody within the pipeline, within the ecosystem, so that we can build this digital Africa in a better and more sustainable manner. And I want to say thank you so much for the organizers for inviting me. Unfortunately, as I said, I can't be with you today for reasons that I'll share with you when I meet with you some other time. But I hope that you enjoy your sessions. I hope that you network. I always encourage people to network and build your businesses or do better for your organizations. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you to Harry. It's unfortunate that he couldn't be with us, but he was right. As the world was crying, it's so sad that there was COVID, but I'm sure that some ICT professionals out there were smiling and saying, this is my opportunity to be a millionaire. Okay, thank you. Now we're going to have our tea. It's downstairs, and we'll be back at 10:45.
Which one participant do we have? Sure. Gwina katika kompyuta yangu kama network ida hapa na hapo. Saka chimbo isaka ima sponsors akwe wamu meeting. Ora. Kariburitse Joshua. Josiah Bude. And it Josiah Bude kuye cheche.
One team about email. What? National anthem. Tebafuni short fish. What do you mean? Latest shortest time. Yeah, for it and other. I'm going to play the long version. Let's go.
Then I'm going to start by introducing myself. My name is Primrose Chivere. I'm a committee member for the Harare chapter. Before I call the next person that I'm going to be calling, I would just like to appreciate and honor the presence of the Deputy Minister of Information, Communication Technology, Postal and Courier Service. I would also like to honor the Director in the Ministry of the ICT, President of the IT PSA, as well as our Zambian counterparts and our own Madam President, Joyce Benza. I would like also to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. They've made this event to be a success. So I'd like to thank, there is Liquid, Oracle, ICDL, Amitas Solutions, Dandemtante, Tamani, Capeso, Pine Art, PowerTel, Delta Corporation, Gloria Media, and Kenak. We would like to salute you all for partnering with us this year, and we hope that the partnership is going to be growing to other events as well. So without wasting much time, let me call upon past President Allen to then come and start the proceedings. So Allen.
Good morning, all, once again. I'm glad that you all managed to make it back in time. That is very, very great for professionals of ICTs. I think my role right now is a very simplistic role. It's not going to be a long role. It is just to then say this session that we're just entering is the session that we know we had to reschedule yesterday to allow for the, our guest of honor to be with us and to come and be with us. We did say he is, after all, our virtual Minister of ICT for today. So, but without going deep into it, what I'm just going to say, this is the session that we're just allowing the minister to speak to us, what is on his heart. He has listened to some of your presentations. I think the president and the vice president yesterday spent time with him to give him a brief about, what transpired. So he's up to date in terms of what is going on. Some of you have already interacted with him. I will encourage that you continue to do that interaction with him accordingly. So we will now have this session, and then we'll allow all of you to then also pose any questions or to have the discussions that I think are very critical for the development of the technologies and how we are adopting them in this country. So if I may ask, do you want to, or I can call in the director, Madam President? Okay, yes. Can I call upon the director to come and introduce our guest of honor, please? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Nathan Kupampindi. I'm the Director ICT Applications within Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services. With my very difficult task today is to introduce a man of very great stature. He is the MP for Bulilima West. He's a former radio personality. He's also, I think for those who were here yesterday, there is something that I left out. He's an accomplished musician. He's also a person with a great passion for intellectual property rights, and he has done a lot of work in that area. He is also an ICT and media passion. He is none other than our Honorable Deputy Minister of Information, Communication and Technology, Postal and Courier Services, Honorable Dingibuzi Puti. Sir.
Salibonani. Kambe kusase kuseni, kumbe sokusemini. Achiruma kuseni anditi. I am very happy to be here with you this morning. First of all, allow me to recognize our President, Joyce Benza, and all our past presidents who are here. Yesterday, we had them mostly virtual, but I saw one of them whom we didn't have yesterday, and I was excited to see him and posed for a photo with the two past presidents. And let me also recognize members of the academia who are in this room, and all ICT professionals that I see here, as well as the director in my ministry, Nathan Cooper. I'm not a man who is threatened by crowds. And I don't have a phobia of standing in front of people. Neither do I have that of answering questions. But Alan had requested that I be part of this panel that's going to be receiving questions from yourselves. But I said that I'm going to make a prelude to my speech, which should at least answer to a lot of things that you would otherwise have wanted to ask me. So I said to him that I would rather enjoy watching and also learning, because like I did yesterday, I regret not coming here on time because I've seen how much I've missed. So I would want to follow more than I would do a lot of talking. You are the professionals, and we are here to give an ear and at least to update you on issues to do with government positions in various areas of your concern. I hope I'll be able to touch on a few of those before I get to my speech. First and foremost, I want to thank all the presenters, those who presented before me and those that I had the privilege to listen to from last night to presentations that we had this morning, and examples and testimonies that I got in terms of challenges and areas that we seldom look at, but alas, without due attention. And some of them are so touching. It tells us on how much we have not done, especially in the area of people with disabilities. How do we include them in this? I also got a lot of motivation from the benchmarking that was presented by other presenters. One virtual who was citing Kenya, Faye, who cited some activities taking place in Rwanda and was quoting my colleague, Paula Ngabire, and it was moving. It was really tangible. I also am grateful that the recap done by Dr. Apanyangwi got me an insight into what really transpired before I joined. And I'm almost part of the group that started from, was it Sunday? Okay. 1.3 billion. A number of people with no connectivity in the world. It is alarming. And I'm happy that this gathering here is seeking to bring solutions that can reduce this. We play it as Zimbabwe, but as well as region and as a continent, so that we reduce this alarming statistic. As I talk about this, I want to recognize with a lot of respect the president in the South African Society, who is here, Gary. Is it? Sorry? Admire. I'm sorry, something's in my mind. Admire, yes. As well as our brother from Zambia and their experiences that they shared with us, which I think we have one or two things to learn from them. And talking about Zambia, where's my brother? Yeah, your minister was a very instrumental man in getting Zimbabwe and Africa occupy a prestigious position in the International Telecommunications Union, which recently took place in Romania. And please send our regards. We worked as brothers, as neighbors, and he was telling me and my past president that he is closer home than both of us. Because if you cross the river, you are in Zambia. But for me to get to Plumtree, it will take me more than 8 hours. Yes. the Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services to feed into what you have been showing concern over here. Let me show you what we've been doing so that we see how much of it we can do together and how much of it we have not done. Because it is you who can feed into government through this ministry so that all that there is needed for growth of this sector could be. You may be aware of a program that is called a lab per school program. A lab per school program. This is a program that came into being after Cabinet adopted a joint presentation by the Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, as well as the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, which had to do with capacitating schools with tools, computers, as well as connectivity so that we could accelerate e-learning. Presenter after presenter this morning spoke about the importance of teaching our students, our pupils, on how to embrace e-learning, because that's the direction. This was emphasized a lot by Admire, who said that we should capacitate the little ones so that we are very sure that the issue of ICTs, the issue of computers, the issue of e-learning is inadvertent and it's not a choice. ICT School per Lab program is a program whereby government through my ministry gives out computers to each and every school through the president's mantra, no one and no place shall be left behind. And in an attempt to bridge the digital gap that exists between the rural areas and the urban areas. In urban areas, we find that a lot of schools have an idea of how to use computers. And some of them have adequate computers for use. But in rural areas, first of all, you have to describe what a computer is and probably show them what it is really. Because although there are ICT learning in rural schools, they have never seen computers in some places. They know computers as diagrams. So we have managed to reach out to as far as the peripheries of the country. As I'm here, like I shared last night, I was coming from Chimanimani, and one school called Ndima, I was told I was right at the border under Chifungorima. And you can imagine, if you go to Ndima in Chimanimani, Chipinge, and at some point you are in Siakovu, in Kariba, and at some point we've done a lot in Binga, as well as other previously marginalized areas. The e-learning strategy has seen us achieving a lot in making our people appreciate computers. But it is not enough to deploy computers because they don't work alone. Yeah, so in order to complete the circuit, you have to have computers as well as connectivity. But then how do we connect? I'll come to that. One of the projects that the ministry is undertaking is that of making sure that we have what are called community information centers. Community information centers are dotted across all our post offices. You know that in terms of infrastructure, the post office is found almost in every district. At most, you can find 2 in one district. So we have made use of our post offices so that we deploy community information centers. These are centers which we have used to train communities' appreciation of computers. Officers who are stationed there teach for free, and the community is able to access free Wi-Fi in order to facilitate research and related possible uses of computers and and connectivity. Where there are no post offices, we do what are called the containerized village community information center. We designed how to use containers so that they be an adequate and suitable accommodation for housing computers as well as a training space. Those of you who have seen what I'm talking about have an idea of what really such a facility is. And it is worked very well. We have deployed such in areas like Rutenga, in areas like Mudzi, and in Binga, and a lot of other areas. The ministry also has ensured that underserved or unserved areas, those dark pockets that don't have connectivity, that don't have network, are also covered. We have done that through a national mobile operator, through what we call the MBB Phase 3, the National Broadband Phase 3, which the president launched late last year. It will see deployment of about 350 network towers across the country. So I think that will ensure that no one really is left behind. Somebody made a presentation about a digital divide. This phrase is very common in our sector. Digital gap, digital divide. It's noise to my ears because by now we should not be talking about digital divide. We should be talking about how to embrace new developing technologies after having ensured that everyone is appreciative and is well covered. In the area of network deployment, we also have what is called infrastructure sharing, which we do through the regulator. Infrastructure sharing is when we know that it was going to be cheaper for Powertel and Liquid to have one trench for optic fiber to Bulawayo from Harare than for one to have a trench here, another a trench here, another a trench there. Did you see that happening? And it's duplication, and that amount of duplication is foreign currency effective. And I think we were caught napping, but we had our lessons. Infrastructure sharing means that we should come together and kill prices and be able to collaborate and work on something that gives us some win-wins, but that limit on how much we use. It is not friendly to the environment either. What of the cost factor? The infrastructure sharing model also applies in terms of our network towers. I'm sure as you travel throughout the country, you ask yourselves, is this madness or itch for competition? When you find 3 towers in one place, one belongs to Telecel, the other belongs to Econet, and one belongs to Net1. And in some cases, especially for those of you who are familiar with the stretch between Shangan River and Gweru, you'll find about 4 of them. The other one is for Tel1. In some cases, you find 5 of them. The other one being for ZBC Transmedia. But that's the same country, it's the same economy. So infrastructure sharing means that now you do what is called de-rigging. You collapse one tower, de-rigging and redeploying it to an underserved area. I can give you an example of what I am talking about. If you go towards Kadoma from Kwekwe by Empress turnoff, Empress is the turnoff to Gokwe. There is a hill by a farm here. That hill had 3 towers. Go there today, you'll find 2. If you stand just after Shangan settlement and look at the hill to the east, it had 3 towers. Go today, 1 is not there. And if you go to a place called Marula, towards Plum Tree, you are going to find 2 towers. but there were 3. One of them has since been deployed to a place in CSZ district called Mapolisa. So imagine if we are to redeploy these towers, this infrastructure, is it not a better correction of what we had lost? So that's how infrastructure sharing works. It seeks to assist the undercovered, underserved and unserved areas so that they also catch up. We have a lot of such pockets in Matebelele South, Chikwalakwala areas. Can you imagine people in Chiredzi still using South African numbers in order to communicate with Harare or anyone else inland? So in that light, government also has a deliberate policy to make sure that all borderline areas are covered with network. I'm talking about a program that is running as I speak in my constituency, which is a border area where we were boasting ignorantly that we use B-Mobile and Mascom of Botswana. It will be the thing of the past because there is a deployment of some network towers along the border. Also, let me share with you that ZANET, you may know ZANET. ZANET is a government institution or government company that seeks to promote research and development. The rationale behind formation of ZANET has been very noble indeed, but I'm sorry to say that there was a perfunctory approach to embracing the mandate of ZANET, but we have since rejuvenated that through a cabinet decision as well as through capacitating ZANET across. ZANET is responsible for ensuring that schools where computers have been deployed are provided with connectivity. They use VSAT technology, and most schools that we have given computers are serviced by ZANET. We also have state-owned enterprises developing a lot of technologies and a lot of products, some of which you know, Tel1 developed TailTrack. It tracks vehicles and does all to the logistics management of the transport industry, to track where it is, how much fuel it has. If you stop and try to siphon out fuel as a driver, that system can also track and record what is happening. So the same is taking place with other SOEs. We are connecting hospitals and clinics as well through the regulator. You may know that also Tel1 is expanding their optic fiber. As I was shocked when I was in Algeria and the Minister of ICT there was briefing me, telling me that their optic fiber covers about 250,000 kilometers. I could not tell him how much ours does, but I know that we have quite a deficit. But I want to assure you that something very good is happening. But also we have what are called PFMS kioski, public finance management systems, which are deployed in all the district administrators who are called DDCs now. And they are for purposes of government accessing necessary information that is meant to help them at district and provincial level coordinate with their head office for purposes of public finance management. Well, this is not a lecture on the Ministry of ICT. I am here not to labor you with a lot of talk, but also to give a lot of respect to this august institution, the Computer Society of Zimbabwe, and indeed the organizers and partners who are here. My speech will not change the texture of this gathering, but my presence here is just to give you solidarity and support as government and assure that we are going to be together through the journey. Many presenters spoke about political will. Yeah, you are speaking to the converted. The politician is here, and we are going to make sure that after this, we sit down as a ministry, my minister, our directors, the PS, review this summit and make sure, no, not summit. A summit is one that has a presidential kind of status. Yeah. And make sure that the review and analysis from the presentations gives us something to work on. I've already given myself a task that my buffalo attitude in parliament is going to ensure that once presented with a draft that you want us to use in order that we catch up with our Zambian counterparts, our Rwandese counterparts, we are equal to the task. We are going to support that so that the aspirations of the computer society of Zimbabwe are not just mere talk. We should graduate from talk to action. And that is what our president challenges us to do. So, Alan, having said all this, do you still want me here? Yeah, I'm interested more in hearing, in learning, and in taking notes so that I have something, a bag that is full of what we are going to implement. Because we will be a serious letdown if we don't embrace the good ideas that you are bringing. You're coming from diverse backgrounds and your experiences are worth taking note of. Because if we don't, we are going to be this kind of community that has its people excelling in other jurisdictions while we don't respect them here. I still regret why we did not embrace and at least find out what Daniel Chingoma was trying to do. When I listened to his interview, he tells me the government has not even asked me if they could make me better than what I am here. When he describes his helicopter, you'll think this person is an engineer from some prestigious institutions, and yet he's self-taught. But when he talks about all the parts that you find and components that you find in a helicopter, you'll be humbled. He then says, vakangochiti bvisa chinhu chako ndikakumbira hurumende kuti ndipewo pekuchisa, saka kwakanzi hatina pekuisa marara ako aya. Then ndikanokumbira kuUniversity of Zimbabwe kuti ndichise ikoko. University of Zimbabwe vakatondithreatena zviri serious. Vakati, we don't have space for such. He says, I had gone to University of Zimbabwe because ndakati ndiyo dene reruzivo. They could start interrogating me kuti chii chawaizama kuita. And at least vachidaro ndichitaurawo in front of vamwe vana so that they are motivated. And from there, they could make sure kuti they assist me kuti nditi access government and opportunities to make it better. If there is somebody who is touched by this, find Chingoma and find out kuti how can his dream be realized, because I think we let him down. This attitude of not promoting that which has potential in this sector will cost us a lot. The director in the Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services, Mr. Kupa. By the way, his full surname is Kupa Mpindi. The president of the Computer Society of Zimbabwe, Mrs. Joyce Benza, and the council members here present, past presidents of the society who are here, and the IIT-PSA, President of South Africa, Mr. Admire Gwanzura, ICT Association of Zambia President Clement Sinyangwe, Your surname sounds very Zimbabwean. So if you want, you can cross. You are nearer than Lusaka. International Federation for Information Processing, Vice President, Ms. Moira De Roche, I hope I pronounced. Thank you, Madam. Captains of industry here present, institutional members here represented, individual members with benefits, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate. It gives me a great pleasure to be here at this Computer Society of Zimbabwe 2022 Summit, whose theme is Rethinking the Future, Leveraging on Emerging Technologies. Rethinking the future. Wow, it's loaded. Rethinking the future, leveraging on emerging technologies. I don't think we could have a better theme. I know the Computer Society of Zimbabwe has got commendable history and success of the past, but it is critical to rethink and reimagine the future. I would like to extol CSZ for its value addition in both government and the private sector. As you are aware, the technological landscape has transformed tremendously from the third industrial revolution, which started from the 1960 to year 2000. And it is during this period that the Computer Society of Zimbabwe was formed in 1974. Wow, older than some born frees here. I was not born in 1980, by the way. It is worth noting that the first mainframe computer in the country was delivered to the government treasury in 1960. In 1960. In this regard, let me emphasize that the government was amongst the first key users of computers in the country, and the first users included the National Railways of Zimbabwe, then the National Railways of Rhodesia, the National Airline, and other critical government departments. So we've had a long history of using computers, but have we moved in tandem with what computers mean today? The fourth industrial revolution environment encompasses disruptive technologies and trends, which include artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, blockchain, virtual reality, etc. And these present more opportunities coupled with complex challenges and threats. It therefore demands that the Computer Society of Zimbabwe continues to work with the government to ensure the right level of preparedness to manage the associated risks while maximizing the benefits. These emerging technologies have become the cornerstone around which digital economies are built. Running of these Computer Society of Zimbabwe events such as this summit is very important, and it helps to educate and expose members to the latest ICT developments and trends. The networking that was spoken about last night, and the networking that the last virtual presenter spoke about. It provides a platform for members to network and share experiences. I read through the program of the summit and was very happy with the topics being discussed here, as they are very, very relevant and topical in today's age. And I reiterate that we as a ministry are going to walk an extra step to take from where this ends. You want me to continue calling it a summit? My ministry appreciates this as we stand to benefit, since the Computer Society of Zimbabwe plays the advisory role to us as we continue to work closely with the Computer Society of Zimbabwe on most ICT initiatives. The Computer Society of Zimbabwe continues to participate in the National ICT Policy Framework and reviews. And you know that we have a policy, a national ICT policy now, and I want to thank the Computer Society of Zimbabwe for the huge input that you brought, and therefore making the policy a very, very meaningful and worthwhile document. The Computer Society of Zimbabwe also assists in the digital skilling of our people through the ICDL program. ICDL program. Yes, Madam President is so passionate about that. So is the Vice President. We had a little chat yesterday and they drove it through my brain that ICDL should be embraced adequately as government. This Computer Society of Zimbabwe 2022 Summit is happening post the heavy brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic that emerged in 2019. As a result, business and government continue to rethink on how best to continue transacting in this new age and reality. You, as information and communication technology professionals, are expected to develop and harness new technologies, skills, and knowledge in systems to assist businesses and governments to not only survive, but to thrive too. The public and the private sectors are constantly looking towards the ICT for solutions and innovative ways of addressing their challenges. Yesterday, I was so elated to receive a memo from government, the Treasury in particular, directing all ministries, departments, and agencies to stop with immediate effect the purchase of any ICT hardware, systems, and services without consulting the Ministry of ICT, Postal and Courier Services. Where it is going now, it will get to saying, we have to consult the Computer Society of Zimbabwe for this in particular. And I'm happy that when you said there should be a legislative framework that supports your vision, it means that we are coming closer to each other. And indeed, like I said in my previous statement, the ministry has a lot to get from the Computer Society of Zimbabwe. My ministry is also excited about the formation of the Women in ICT Zimbabwe group, which will be spearheaded by the Computer Society of Zimbabwe president. Congratulations again, Madam President, on your assumption of this mammoth responsibility, and again, that you are going to drive the Women in ICT Zimbabwe group. The importance of women in the development of the economy and the digital economy in particular cannot be overemphasized. I must say that I am happy the Women in ICT initiative is going to dovetail with what we already have in the ministry through the regulator, which is called Girls in ICT. By the way, we also have what we call promoting access to digital skills by people with disabilities. Your story was touching, and I asked you on the sidelines if that was real. And she said to me, the story that she shared with us was real. So as government, we are also going to make sure that we come in, and we already have such initiatives. Coupled with what we already have now from the Computer Society of Zimbabwe, I think we are moving the true direction, not only right. the Smart Zimbabwe 2030 Master Plan. My ministry expects continued participation by Computer Society of Zimbabwe in the Smart Zimbabwe 2030, whose key focus is on shared infrastructure, skills and capacity building, policies and regulations. The Smart Zimbabwe 2030 impact will be the ease of doing business, increased productivity, and markets in a knowledge-based society. The Computer Society of Zimbabwe is expected to continue to play a pivotal role in delivering the outcomes and end results from Smart Zimbabwe 2030 Master Plan, which will be a digital government, digital economy, and a digital society. Digital society. Yeah. A number of presenters indicated that there is a lot for us to do in order to eventually have a meaningful digital society. When somebody said they failed to access a form online, I was so embarrassed. But I know that government has been doing a lot step by step towards that direction. And I think the cart ran far ahead of the horses because government has done a lot in terms of these e-services, but I think our people have not been educated enough in terms of how to access this. In closing, I congratulate again the Computer Society of Zimbabwe for all the achievements to date and for hosting this summit to discuss relevant and topical issues related to the emerging technologies. I wish the current Computer Society of Zimbabwe, President Mrs. Joyce Benza, and her council, chapters, secretariat, and the entire membership all the very best for the future. Lastly, I would like to wish all of you fruitful deliberations at the summit, and I hereby declare the Computer Society of Zimbabwe ICT Summit 2022 officially open. Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. Ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo. Hango inovakiwa neveni vayo. I thank you.
Honorable, I think we are grateful and we feel very warm and excited to have you with us. It's an honor that we do not, excuse me, it's an honor that we do not take for granted, because in the midst of your busy schedules, in the midst of all the assignments and all the tasks that you have, you saw it proper and valuable that you come and be with us. And it's not often that, so many times your offices are busy. And for you to create that opportunity for, our delegates to and pose the things that they pose, for the community that is into ICTs to be able to have access to you as well in these forums is really an honor. And we do not take it for granted. So we just thank you for that. Secondly, I think the very fact that you did say that we can work together and we continue to do so
going forward. And from the CSZ side, I think that's exactly has been our vision and our mission, that we want to continue partnering with you to deliver the things that are so required to deliver. That's why when you then call, sometimes even I think we've had scenarios where even in the last minutes, you get a call that we need someone from, CSZ, where there's an event happening. We are sorry we didn't let you know in good time. Can you please come? And we make sure we avail such facilities, or we avail somebody coming in from CSZ to make sure that we participate. I think the last event was the launch of the cyber city, in Mount Hampden, and we made sure that we had our membership represented, selecting one of the chapter members who was available to make sure it does that. That shows that we are committed and we do want to build this digital economy together. So without taking too much of time, I think you have expressed that you don't want to be seen. You have shared your experiences. You have shared what's going on. So rightfully so. We're much comfortable to have you sit down and listen to what others are talking about. You're most welcome, sir. Very okay, sir. Very okay. So without taking too much time, I think on behalf of the session chair, if you'll permit me, I will then call upon what we're now going through based on the speech that has been delivered, is to just create that platform that we interact. I think if you look into your program, we have talked about how do we create the necessary discussions around this very topic. We are talking about rethinking the future, leveraging on emerging technologies, and how do we rethink the future unless we carry out what we call a self-evaluation of where we are and what is actually happening. What is it that we then need to have in place for us to build the digital economy and what we need to do? So this session is a panel about building a resilient, tech-ready country. How do we build a resilient, tech-ready country if we are going to take our country forward in the sense of emerging technologies that we all know of? So this session, I'll call upon Limbikani. We all know Limbikani. TechZim, we talked about him yesterday, we have acknowledged him. And we thought it best, coming from what he does and what his business does, it would be an appropriate person to moderate this session for us and bring in the necessary resources. The panelists, that is, some of you, don't be surprised if your name is called. We made it deliberate because we want you to share those experiences accordingly. Some of you know, some of you will be surprised. But can I ask Limbikani to come through and take over this session? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's really an exciting morning. I think this is going to be an exciting panel. But first, let me acknowledge the Deputy Minister. Let me acknowledge everyone from the ministry, the directors, our President, Madam Joyce Benza, and the other speakers, and everyone who has contributed tirelessly, the CSZ team, to make this event a success. So thank you to everyone. It was actually quite fascinating listening to the minister, to the deputy minister, mention our engineer there. It was quite fascinating because I think he has mostly been considered a man out of his mind. But like he was saying, the guy is just saying, I need an audience and let's share. He's not saying he knows everything there is to building helicopters. Well, he doesn't fly, but he's saying, let's share information, let's explore, and let's see if we can build something. And the whole theme of building, I think, is really the core of the issue. How can we build? How can we build things? and how can we become a nation that builds things, that builds technology solutions. I think at the end of the day, that is the main issue, and that's why we're here. I'm going to call upon the panelists, starting with the doctor, Dr. Nigel Shanakira. Thank you for making the time. I think it was a bit, is he going to make it? Is he not going to make it? We're happy you made it. So please come through. I'll also call upon our drones innovator, Tawanda Chahambakwe. Are you in? Yeah, he is. Thank you if you can come through. Amongst us is a company that has been in the digital security space, in the digital solution space for more than a decade now, Procom, and we have Tawengwa Toronga from Procom. And this is why this is exciting, because I think we have quite a diverse people that look at things from different perspectives, and therefore can share with us from where they are sitting, what they see in the economy. Please come through, Tawengwa. And lastly, but not least, you've seen him already quite a bit these past few days. Benlo Rezo, please come through. This one needs no introduction. Everyone quite knows him. Please do come through. Thank you. So with we can pick up on the issue about innovation and locals innovating. Our drone specialist here, Chihambakwe, he spoke quite at length yesterday about how sometimes we have foreign investors or foreign operators that come into this market, and they find the market quite healthy, and they come and they bulldoze, and in the end, we are not able to quite balance bringing foreign investment and also supporting local. And there seems to be some lack of credibility, or at least perceived lack of credibility on the locals. So maybe we can start on that, Tawanda. From your point of view, what do you think policy? What do you think as an economy, as an industry? What are the things that we can start doing, tangible things that we can start doing to balance out us hungry for foreign investment and us also supporting local?
Okay, thank you, Limbikani, for that. I think probably what's interesting that we've seen in kind of the space that we're in is we have to have the mindset, obviously, about act local, and think global. The aspect of globalization has made it possible to have, companies, start somewhere and spread it wherever you want to go and that kind of thing. And for us, we've recognized and seen that without the necessary support from a local kind of perspective, right, it's hard to go out there, right? It's hard for us to compete on those kind of platforms and those kind of markets. But in particular, when it comes to local talent and being able to create spaces where we identify local talent, it really needs to come down the same way you'd have, and I'll use this example because it's probably familiar, is when you look at football, right, and soccer players, for you to become a, world-class football player, right? The identification starts at the grassroots level, right? It starts at a point where you see the talent, you have structures in place that can nurture that talent, and you grow through that way, right? If you get to a point where, by the time you're 18, 19, and that's when you're saying, okay, this is now when I want to start learning soccer, it doesn't work. Particularly in the technology space and innovation space, what we're finding is that the locals themselves don't have the structures around, right? And that starts from our education. It starts with how we're actually being intentional about identifying talent and nurturing the talent, okay? I know the Honorable Deputy Minister spoke around the example of Daniel, or is it Daniel David? And with his helicopter idea, right? And the need for us to rally around those kind of things. I think for us is how can we then have enabling spaces and platforms that identify, one, early, two, are able to properly nurture and carry through and say, right, we're going to come around you. Okay, we identify and see that, look, this is something we want to drive in terms of innovation going forward. And we recognize as a country, it's beneficial to us to have our own local champions when it comes to technology, to innovation. And
so if you were just driving, if you were in his shoes, if you're in the Deputy Minister's shoes, what are the kind of things that you think you would want to do immediately?
Right. So for me, it's the schools, right? Education. Let's start there. Right. I know there's mention, and we're talking about effort. There's effort being made to go into schools and that kind of thing, right? And to equip schools with things like computers and that kind of thing, right? But we need to take it a step further, right? And be able to clearly define a path and say, right, as a country, we want to make sure that we have, first of all, a plan that says we want to be technologically advanced to this level, right, by a certain time, right? You'll see other countries, be it China or whatever it is, they have a 100-year plan of what they want to do, and they're very clear about it.
So the generation of people that are already doing I lost cause, you'd go to the schools.
No, I mean, it's for us, like now we're already in the space, right? So for me, I'm like,
so what do we do for what do we do for people that are building solutions now, for people that feel my government is not looking at me, they're looking at foreign investors, they upload the skin. If they see a white person, if there's a local black guy, not so much trust.
Yeah, and I guess that's our everyday thing. So for me, in that kind of space, it's to say, okay, what is it that we can do then as Minister of ICT, right, to get a platform that then allows and invites people who have these ideas, nurtures the talents, bring that forward. I know we have things like the innovation drive, which is amazing, right? But that's very segmented in a certain space, and it's limited in that you just, creating funds, a little bit of mentorship. But how do we actually say, right, this person has an idea, here's how we can work with this person to actually commercialize it? And I think we need those kind of platforms and opportunities, or a space where Minister of ICT can go out and be like, we're going to actually identify the talent, and we're going to support them and drive them all the way through from a point of having an idea. So you've got the seed kind of startup all the way through to, your minimum viable product, to a point of making it commercialized, right? Beyond just giving them the seed kind of capital. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll jump a little bit to, I know there's more to say. Deputy Minister, is there some kind of response you would like to say quickly on that?
Not really, except that I'm noting that we are being challenged to have a strategy on how we can go about this. First of all, proposing that we start with education. Somebody also proposed that we could target teachers first, then also involve the whole of public sector. I think these are worthwhile ideas, and they challenge us with something tangible, which we can develop a strategy. And also he talks about setting ourselves timelines. I got the statistics and models from other jurisdictions that, for instance, Rwanda is saying at this year 100% of our youth. At this time, 60%, 30% of our old people. I think we should embrace that and have set timelines for ourselves, like he says, and also promote and support an idea and monitor it through until it becomes a product. That's what he says. And I'm nodding. That's the sole reason why I decided to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. Nkoma Ben, we had a conversation just before this session started. How did we get to the position where we were respected as a country? We're respected in the IT sector, in the region, in Africa. This was the country that would attract the kind of organizations that our colleague from Kenya was speaking about. And Zimbabwe would then go out into the region. And this was the hub, this was the center, the core. How did that change to a place where Kenya is actually saying, ordering food, getting a taxi from an app is daily life for Kenyans, but we're nowhere near that. How did we get there?
Maybe I'll start off on how we were the best at some point in time, then how we lost it. So I can use an example of a company called Microsoft to see where we were. So Microsoft opened up an office in 1997 in Zimbabwe and only opened one in Kenya in the early 2000s. So that shows from an organization based in the Valley that from an investment perspective, they believed Zimbabwe was best to invest in the technical space far much earlier than Kenya, which means we had the human capital and we had the appetite of developing ourselves. That continuous development was there. Training was always provided. Funds within private companies were allocated for those who wanted to go out and learn more, develop themselves in technology. So you'd find that at some point we had the highest number of Microsoft certified engineers. But then things changed. Okay, but before then, you'd find a lot of organizations had Zimbabwe as the office which ran businesses for English-speaking countries outside South Africa. Okay, now fast forward, we lost it. Okay, I think we started losing skill outside. The people started going outside the country. Looking for opportunities outside the country. And just to tie to what you were saying is if you then decided to go into business, the policies did not support buying from your organization. So if it was private sector, they would say, well, how many organizations have you deployed your solutions? We want a minimum of this, so you're out. If you go into government, but then tender board or now press, again, the same policy. So your innovation could not go anywhere. Nobody was interested because you haven't used it anyway. But if you look into these organizations who are so-called large IT companies, they start selling within their countries. Be it it's Oracle, you'd find the US would support it. Be it it's IBM, you'd find a lot of installations are in the countries where they have their headquarters. So you'd find those countries support their industry first. It grows within their own countries, then expands. Now, if you come back here, it's a challenge. So you could have an innovation and you're grounded. Because the procurement policies in both private and public sector do not support startups. So increasingly, you'd find people then say, okay, to feed myself, I may need to go out. So skills which could have come together.
Then left.
Yes, build an organization, then sell their craft internally within the country, then start expanding into the region, had to then go as individuals, then work outside the country.
Right. That's quite interesting. It's a skills issue, but it's also those skills finding they don't have a home at home, and deciding maybe I'm better off living. Doctor, so if you have a question or a contribution, please do raise your hand. But before we get to that, Dr. Chanakira, you're interesting because you've been an entrepreneur for decades. You're part of a body that was looking to attract investors into the country. You have done some education work at the UZ, and now you surprisingly, in a good way, you have founded a fintech startup, Cashflow Optimizer. So in all your experiences, what is the appetite? Because you're involved on the policy side as well. What is the appetite for enabling builders of things? You've been a builder, you went into policy, you are a builder now. What is the appetite on the policy side to enable builders of solutions? And what do you think are the possibilities in terms of making the environment more fertile?
He leaves the tough one to the non-techie guy. I mean, thank you. Well, I think to begin with, the enablers are really to facilitate an environment that builds the infrastructure. I think you need a core infrastructure in order to run technology. And so it starts off, I think, with power, for example. And there's a lot of work being done by that, and we commend government. But I think it's more an investigation that we have to make around an area like power. And solar, I think, has been a blessing to us because we live in a country that has lots of sun. And so we should be able to make a quantum leap to resolve issues around power. But in my mind, when I see 23 odd licenses being issued to independent power producers, and I see execution around maybe 6, I don't know what they are, but from last count, it's single digit, then we've got to be asking ourselves, what sort of incentives can we have around the building of infrastructure? So you need power, you need fiber, you need base stations, etc. Now, I love the approach by government to say, let's share the infrastructure. Let's not duplicate. I tell you, as a private capitalist, initially I was not thrilled because I was chairing the Finance and Audit Committee of Econet. And our rollout program was very aggressive. And we spent a lot of money laying down the infrastructure. And then to receive a directive that you must share, I mean, you're saying, come on, get the other guys to get organized. I mean, what's their problem? We're in the same difficult market. This is Zimbabwe, but you're saying, okay, then you sober up, of course. And you think, okay, how do we do this? And we do it, in my view, by then giving us credit, those that actually see the value of infrastructure. Give us tax credits. Give us capacity to enter into the auction. Give us capacity to be able to repay those loans. Because most of that money, it's foreign technology. It's, it's requiring expertise. So not only do you buy the technology, you need the expertise to install, to maintain, and to repair. And all that, because this is alien to you. Where's the credit for that? So in my humble opinion, I love the policy, but as an economist, I believe very much in incentivizing people to carry on. Those that have the foresight to build your core infrastructure must be rewarded and not allow other people to unnecessarily ride on the back of that, waiting for you to deploy capital. Because it takes some shrewdness. I think Tawanda showed us that. And when I heard him, it kind of pained my heart that I've gone through that exercise of fundraising. But the advantage of such conferences, and this is where I said, you are the techies, but you need financiers, you need financial advice. And so if we have the technology, there are a couple of things, smart things that I think we can do, because as Zimbabweans, we are smart. So what am I saying? I think, Minister, we can have a collaboration. No one can do it alone. We as a nation are only as strong as our weakest link. And so where do we start? I think let's start from the bottom. We start with our kids. Let's give them the unfair advantage. So I am in concert with colleagues who are saying, let's tackle education. I would want to see right from ECD, primary, secondary, technical, tertiary institutions should really all be transformed in terms of their curriculum. And in their curriculum, I would say, in addition to what they learn, I think the digital literacy, our colleagues are here, Faye is here. We want the numbers that she was talking about. I mean, if I'm reimagining Zimbabwe, I'm saying there are 4.5 million kids in primary and secondary schools. I believe that each and every one of them, of necessity, must have done the, digital qualification of sorts. The curriculum can come from ICDL, and we have an entry-level curriculum all the way through to tertiary institutions. And then we don't leave it there. And what's the most effective way? I think somebody cracked it. We teach the teachers. So we begin by teaching the teachers because we don't have the resources. So during the next year, 2, 3, 4 years, their school holiday is unlike the norm. They are now coming to wherever, and we drum this digital literacy into them. Then they shrapnel back to their schools, and they begin to actually teach the kids at those levels. But then here's the reality. Only 15%, we spend a lot of money on education. 10 to 15% of our budgets annually have gone into education. I think President Mugabe famously said, whose kid do you deny? And so we kind of opened it up, isn't it? But only 15% are absorbed at tertiary level. So it means 85% have been thrown out. So what do we do with those unemployed now, addicted to funny drugs and all? We got to re-educate them somehow. We need community centers. Those centers must be fully utilized. The mobile ones, those, what did you call them? The containers, all that, I think we got to reorient them along with our civil service. So our curriculum means then that everybody is digitally literate. So it's one thing to give people access in terms of infrastructure. It's another, as you know, our moderator, content is the key. So what's the point? I mean, everyone is connected. So what? Now we go on to content. In content, we talk about digital literacy, entrepreneurial literacy, basic needs literacy, being able to survive on their own, Fumbudza type learning. I think in my curriculum, there would be social skills, There would be Africanicity, so that we're proud of who we are. There would be life skills that I would give each and every kid. And then, of course, I would give financial literacy. Now, on financial literacy, I am prepared because I've already invested in this. I have personally invested probably over $3 million in public education in terms of financial literacy. That is myself and my institutions over the past couple of years. So now that we have software through the fintech company RiskFlow, we are prepared. And I had the opportunity to meet yesterday with the Minister of Education, and she said she's game. She says she wants financial literacy with each and every kid in primary and secondary schools. We need the last mile, Minister. Give us just one. We've invested 2.3 million in our apps, and we kind of have run short. So we need probably $300,000 for financial literacy, and we can do some deal around open access. Already some of these guys have contacted me. The app is available. We're just doing the final touch. But Marino Pera, you can't keep pouring money. It's been 11 years since I left banking, and I've invested because I believe it's transformational. So what we have is a legacy. The last mile will take $300,000, and I can give it for $1 per month. I still need to become a billionaire also. Otherwise, I'm a junkie. So if the nerds have made it, I want to be among the nerds and do that. So I think we can do that. And then very quickly in closing, I would say those kids also need to learn things like blockchain from an early age. Blockchain can be used in art. It can be used for literally anything, so that we have the competitive edge with what we produce. I wanted blockchain for our gold coin. Achashaika ma gold coin aya. But we can't even account for them because some people are going to melt them. We don't know where they are, they're gone. Are you with me? Inge forex leakage ripo. Saka ina my blockchain pama gold coins enyu.
Blockchain from gold coins. From the education side, you said, yeah.
Yeah. Then research and development. I think that's a key thing for us as a country. That education dividend that we have, that dividend must be seen within our generation. We are, an educated generation. We're an exposed generation. We read, we research. We should be researching cutting edge appropriate technology for the development of our country. And wherever that happens, Minister, we reward people who go out and, risk their necks. And if needs be, Tawanda, we're smart enough. I've done it. We pioneered this product in Zimbabwe. But guess what? The uptake is only 16,000. But if I move base, I move to Ireland, where we've moved our company. Watch the space. We put a white face behind the technology we thought about. Watch the space. It's going to be absorbed a whole lot more. And we are smart enough to be able to do that. I end. Thanks.
We hope it doesn't come to putting a white face on a Zimbabwean product.
It's a pity, but those are the market dictates certain things to you, which unfortunately sometimes we got to be savvy enough to do that. And I don't mind doing that. I've done it before and it worked. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor there doesn't mind being unpatriotic for a few seconds, and then he makes his money and is patriotic again. We had not welcomed the lady from Tel One, Miss Sharai Dube. Sorry for that. But I know they are doing quite a bit of work on the infrastructure side of things. Maybe you'd like to share quickly the kind of work that you're doing, but also more importantly, where you think the biggest gaps are in terms of connectivity, in terms of getting everyone who can learn and contribute to Zimbabwe's digital economy, getting everyone connected. Where is the gap? What kind of work are you doing as an organization?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the Honorable Deputy Minister had actually preempted, and he did highlight that he was not going to disclose the distance of fiber that has been laid down in Zimbabwe as compared to Algeria. And since he did not say that, I also not say that. But basically what I'm just going to say is he did highlight that we do have a gap, and with infrastructural sharing, gap together with other in the industry. However, as TEL 1, what we are basically doing, I'm sure you've heard about the connectivity, the 4,000 schools connectivity program, and TEL 1 in partnership with the ministry is actually pioneering connecting 4,000 schools. And these are urban schools and remote schools to make sure that kids actually get connectivity. However, I will highlight that this has also been a challenge, because you go to Chipinge, you find out that there is a ZESA issue, electricity issue. So even if you do connect the school, right, you then also need other resources. You need electricity. You actually even need the infrastructure in terms of the computing infrastructure itself, the computers and the likes. Connectivity is just one part of it. And to be very honest, as a company, we are willing and open to working with other institutions and other organizations to assist in the connectivity and actually bringing the electricity on board and things like that, right? So in a nutshell, in terms of reaching out to students and reaching out to the educational sector, this is what we have been doing. I'll also highlight that TEL 1 also has what is known as TEL 1 Center for Learning, right? Which has actually been training ICDL even up to parliament level as well. And this is how deliberate TEL 1 is in terms of actually educating people in positions of power so that it can be cascaded down to even the children at home. The gaps that I have identified, and I think they have actually also been highlighted, you know, even if you do a desktop research, and I think it's Eric from Kenya who highlighted something. He gave an example of how people ordering food and getting their clothes delivered at home and things like that. We do have applications like that in Zim. And I think I was having a discussion with the other guys here. I give an example of Via. Even during COVID, Via did not kick off as much as we expected it to kick off. And the question was, is it an issue of the application itself not being good enough or user-friendly, or it's an issue of people in this room who are tech-savvy not also advocating for such applications? So you'll find out that we have people in this room that are writing algorithms, that are writing code of very good things. One, I think us as a society should actually be deliberate about finding out what the individual members are actually doing, because you'll be shocked that as you interact with people, they're actually doing very big things, right? Then two, how do we help each other as members to sell or to market? I think Dr. Nakira mentioned something very pivotal. It could be funny where we say you put a white face on your application and it's going to sell. It's actually quite sad, but it's the truth. We've got someone right here who's got an application. If we put someone else's face, right, it's going to be $1 billion business. But if they go on their own, no one is going to think about it, or no one is even going to even try it out. So the issue is, if I as Sharai come with an application, maybe that resonates more with the ladies in buying shoes or whatever it is, are they going to look at that application and give constructive criticism, or they are going to criticize it because, oh, it's just Sharai who did it, right? But us as Computer Society members, if we are deliberate in promoting each other's work, right? We're actually covering the gap. It's really unfair for us to think that everything lies on the shoulders of the deputy minister and government. It's unfair. Some of these things, it's our responsibility. The only thing that they can do is then magnify the noise that we are making. If we are not making the right noise, they don't even know what to make noise. If we don't have access to cabinet, but we have the right noise, we go to the honorable minister. This is what we want to sell. Can you make noise for us at cabinet level? I think that's a conversation we should be having right now. But it's unfair if we think that government is going to take up everything, and us as members of the Computer Society of Zimbabwe, we sit down and relax. So I think in terms of covering the gap, before we even discuss anything, let's us be advocates of our own work as a society.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very powerful words there. And a challenge to everyone, I think, coming from Ms. Dube there, because we're all involved in, we all have powerful positions in the companies that we work. Some are head of information technology, IT managers, product managers, CTOs. And what's the attitude we have when a local innovator comes and says, here's what I have. Do we say, or do we feel and give them the impression you go, you know, zvinema security holes rambotaurwa na ban. And so someone is incentivized to go out and find a white person to come to you. So thank you for that, Mr. Really, really powerful there. I'm going to move from the innovation subject to something closely related to that. Once you connect someone, the reality is that there are security threats, and these security threats are growing every day. There was a few weeks ago, actually, the Minister of ICT was introducing what is called a national computer incident response team. I think it was Portras that's putting this together. There has been in the past year the introduction of the Cyber and Data Protection Act. And there has been all kinds of attacks in I think all our organizations, if I'm not mistaken, except most of us, unlike the good doctor there, are not humble enough to say, this happened to my Facebook account and I need help. I think most of us just hide the reality of data breaches, hacks, or they just go ahead and pay the Bitcoin that's been demanded by the hackers. So, Tawengo, what kind of threats are you seeing in your work as Procom? What kind of threats are on the increase? What is the trend there? And as you answer that, do think about the doctor's problem, because he does say he is looking for a solution. And so far, those skills are clearly not enough. And there are a lot of organizations that are in a really, really tight spot. What kind of threats are you seeing? What do you think IT professionals, the industry should wake up to right now?
Thanks, Limbikani. Yeah, so we always start by saying cybersecurity is a journey. I've been in the cybersecurity industry for over 20 years. And obviously what has happened in the past years is obviously alarming. With obviously the volume and the velocity of threats increasing on a daily basis. And there are obviously reasons to that, as more organizations are actually digitally transforming. Primarily, if you're an organization and you're actually not digitally transforming, it means obviously you are actually losing out. There's a lot of proliferation of digital devices, whether be it or for personal use or for business use. So with that obviously comes the challenge of threats, because it's an area that threat actors, whether be it cyber criminals, whether be it those that obviously want to be heard due obviously to political reasons, activists, or whether it be it nation state, obviously we are actually seeing that. So these are all the challenges that are obviously coming in. And unfortunately, the industry has not responded fast enough. It's only now that obviously we are seeing quite a lot of innovation that is happening. And unfortunately, the cybersecurity industry has been premised on fear, doubt, uncertainty, and hype, because everyone obviously coming to your organization wants to sell the next generation something that will actually solve all your problems. But unfortunately, it's not like that. Even when you have invested in all those technologies and put all the processes in place, that doesn't give you 100% security. And unfortunately, what happened with COVID, it actually also changed the way, the model that we work. Companies were more offering first in terms of boundaries. But with COVID, we started allowing people to work from home, and we broke those boundaries. And unfortunately, that's the reality. That's where we are going, and we can't change that. So the premise now is obvious in terms of then how do we resolve the challenges that we are facing. So in a, whether is it a country, in a country perspective, like our country Zimbabwe, or in a corporate perspective, the most important thing is about coming up with a cybersecurity strategy for the country, for your organization. And it starts there. And it obviously has to start from the top. It has to have the buy-in from the top. If it doesn't have that buy-in from the top, unfortunately, all that is actually being done sometimes not supported. That's why you find tech guys coming and saying, but we're asking for budgets, we are not getting those budgets. And the problem obviously also that also I'll also highlight is the issue of the training in terms of the talent. We sort of obviously having challenges right now. If you look at the statistics, that is there is actually a global shortage of cybersecurity professionals. I think the statistics at the moment stand at around 3 million, because we haven't been training enough. And unfortunately for some of the roles, there is also pressure that comes obviously with those roles. And we are seeing a lot of people quitting, and because of the challenges, whether be it in the organizations or obviously things that they have to deal with on an everyday basis.
I'm actually so ignorant about this. What pressures are digital security professionals facing that's getting them to quit their lucrative jobs?
Obviously, there are varied reasons. So, for example, look into an organization that is putting a security operations center, which is a 24/by facility, whose mandate is to prevent, to analyze, to detect, investigate, and respond to security threats. So with the obviously the way the SOCs are actually set up, there are many things like burnout, for example, that obviously happen.
Oh, it's a hard job.
It's a hard job, yeah.
Okay.
There are things like alert fatigue, where analysts are supposed to attend to a certain number of alerts a day and they can't even match up and so forth. But yet at the end of the day, they are supposed to actually perform. And you find obviously a lot of them that are quitting.
Okay.
And
But
obviously-
paper jam
Yeah, sure.
set up my project.
So obviously you need then passionate people who can withstand that pressure and still remain in those facilities.
Okay, so I'm going to quickly say, if you were in Deputy Minister Puti's shoes, and you were saying, okay, there are all these issues, what would be your top priority in terms of policy, what would you say I need to do this urgently?
Yeah, firstly, it's obviously coming up with a cybersecurity strategy, like I said. That's the first thing. It's obviously understanding as a country like Zimbabwe, where we stand in terms of cybersecurity. What are the gaps that we have? And then once we have that strategy, then we roll out now what we call is a cybersecurity program. Because we are starting from a certain position and we want to improve our security posture as a country. So it obviously involved a lot of things, coming up with policies and procedures in terms of how we handle certain cybersecurity incidents as a country. And also going into the people aspect, the talent, the training that we obviously need to have, the skill sets that we need to have as a country to make sure that we are adequately protected. And the third tier is obviously the technologies that we are going to adopt, whether some of those we actually innovate within or some of those that we import from other countries and so forth. So those three things are very important: the people, the processes, and the technology. So they have to be aligned. And at the end of the day, the main goal is obviously to build cyber resiliency. What we mean by cyber resilience is that we are able to predict, we are able to withstand and to recover from any security incident. Even if you put in all the defenses, the controls, unfortunately, that will not give you 100% security. You still need to get prepared the day something will actually happen. And that's how obviously cybersecurity needs to be looked at. Because the organizations, even the big organizations that we know of, the Amazon is the Facebooks, the Google, they've been breached at one time. The reason why they stand today is because they had a solid cyber resiliency strategy. They were able to recover quickly and return back to normal business operations. So one of the most important things before you come in, I think from your first questions, is also awareness, cybersecurity awareness. I know the talk was obviously saying the social media account was obviously compromised. So it all steps out from there in terms of are users actually aware what information they share and so forth. Because these are social engineering attacks, where threat actors obviously target, like for example, the doc. Obviously, that was a targeted incident. So obviously they look at certain things in terms of his profile and they try and obviously end up getting into the account. So those are things that in terms of cybersecurity awareness, then you train your users to be aware of certain things that when they are actually conducting themselves online, what information should they share? What information do they not share? And so forth.
Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, you probably need to have a conversation with Tawengwa and Procom, maybe not necessarily for the hacked account, but on how to ensure it doesn't happen again. Because he's suggesting targeting and suggesting some social engineering. I'm going to come back to the Deputy Minister question with you, Tawengwa. Is it possible to put some kind of number to this? Unfortunately, not all the breaches and things that are happening in the economy are disclosed. But do you think there's a number? Because I think when you say prioritize this and this and this, come up with a strategy, train the people, because, recover, deal with it. He would say, why? Like, why should I balance this with the CICs? Why should I allocate more resources to this? Why should I get my team to say, stop, pay attention to this? Do we have some kind of understanding of the cost of security incidences happening in Zimbabwe, happening in this economy?
Maybe for our country, we might obviously not have that information because up to now, we haven't seen a lot of disclosures from any organizations, whether they know it or they actually don't know.
IT managers, please disclose. That would help our deputy minister know the cost of these things.
All right, but obviously now, given the Data Protection Act, which was enacted as law in December last year, one of the things is obviously regarding any breaches you now need to disclose. So obviously we'll start now seeing a lot of companies coming in to actually disclose. So that obviously will then help in terms of getting the statistics in terms of how much those companies have invested in remediating those breaches. So it kind of like then gives you the numbers in terms of what is required to attend to any breach.
Thank you for that. The floor, questions? Yes, Doctor.
Thank you. This is very interesting. In fact, it's too interesting. I just have one question for the whole panel. There are two things which I am realizing, which we have realized are actually happening here. One, it's the speed with which technology is moving. And then two is the speed at which we are not moving. So what I am asking for our panelists here is, what are the reasonable interventions? I'll give an example. The example which he was actually just giving of the disclosure. I would say we are not going to disclose simply because nothing has been put to force us to disclose. It's a year now. A year is a very long time. Nothing has been put in to force us to go ahead and disclose. And we are not going to disclose because of fear for my job. If you are getting what I'm saying, right? If we look in the space which Dr. Chanakira actually is, which he is in, the reason why EcoCash became the biggest bank in Zimbabwe, because it is the biggest bank, no matter how you actually look at it, is because the banks themselves, the people who were in the banking sector, did not move lock and key with technology, which is actually there. The reason why we are actually finding ourselves regulating, why we are finding ourselves not sharing infrastructure for base stations. I don't know which came in first, base stations or the laying of the fiber, but it repeated itself because technologies are moving faster than our legislation. So here's my question, because I'm not contributing here. Here's my question. How do we go ahead and enable our country? What strategies should we put in our country so that the movement with which technology is actually moving will make government, regulators, etc., ahead of the speed with which technology is moving? Because the moment that is not going to happen, we will be overtaken. My young man here is struggling because the space in which he is using his drones is not understood by the people who are supposed to be regulating what he is actually doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Who would like to take that one up? Taengwa? Or Tawanda?
Okay. Strategies. I like the word strategy. It's very important that we have that and what can be put in place. I think for us to have anything of value, first as a country, we have to decide what we want to be known for, right? And then we can work towards something. In particular, there was mention of Silicon Valley, okay? Silicon Valley is in its own self a special economic zone, all right? That enables people who have ideas, software developers, right, to have an incubation and a space where they can do all these different things. As a country, we pay lip service to, oh, innovation. Oh, we put in computers in all the schools. Hey, we're moving forward. But what is it that we're trying to achieve, first and foremost, right? And how are we being intentional in creating a space that allows the growth of that? If we would have those kind of things, right? And if it's a government initiative, and for you, Deputy Minister, for me, I'm saying, okay, maybe let's have an idea and say, if there's command agriculture, let's have command technology, okay? Let's have a program that is literally designed around facilitating, incentivizing, right, innovation for a purpose. And I think for us, it's really looking around, okay, what is it that we can do, right? And where can we take this as a country and move forward? You've seen countries like Singapore, right, over the last 20 years and that kind of thing, how they've developed. You've seen countries like India. India is very well known now as a space where you can get developers for cheap, right? And very cheap, okay? But they've moved in that space and been intentional about this is what we want to do. In my particular industry, when it comes to drones, countries like Rwanda, the government itself, right, is helping to support the local companies to say, okay, right, we want you guys to do something, because government is normally the biggest, often the biggest kind of customer at the end of the day. So if we were to have those kind of things, let's cut down, give us 5 years, no tax, right? Tax-free kind of space as tech companies, right? Give us incentives and say, okay, if we are able to then develop this as a country, we need this kind of software, we need this app, we need a global or not a national cybersecurity kind of platform, right? That we build and develop ourselves. That incentivizes people to go out and be like, okay, let's actually go into this. Let's actually try it. Yeah.
Deputy Minister, it's true, but please make it official. Andy, that's the request.
5 years, no tax. It'll have gone a long way. It'll go a long way.
Maybe we can take one contribution and we'll close. Unfortunately, we have that gentleman with the black t-shirt at the back. Can we get a mic to him? Yes, hear me in the back. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wonderful submissions from the panel. Like what Mrs. Due suggested, that if we don't scream, we'll never be heard. And it's a wonderful thing also to have the Deputy Minister with us. So allow me to scream so that maybe our challenges can be faced. I'm going to just give a comment, maybe two comments. One of which is, I'll start by quoting one of the academics or scholars that say sometimes it's difficult to define oppression if you've never been oppressed. Many of the challenges we have in ICT today that we talk about among us, my peers, and we have experienced is that despite the training, being innovative and knowing how to do things, we face the challenge of the pieces that are in place. When we want to execute some of these things, they always inhibit us to fully express our capabilities and to apply our skill sets in the market. How do these pieces affect us? An example, today we always talk about the future in so many forums. I myself reached a point where I'm confused whether I passed the future, am I still in the future, or am I heading to the future? Because I've heard these terms since the time I started practicing computer technology related activities. So if we give ourselves a chance, or if we give those who are most likely part of that future, because our challenges are generational and they differ because of our generational challenges. And you realize that when you're applying solutions, many times you are trying to solve the challenge you face yourself. But now, because our technology revolution and transformation is moving at a faster pace, I think it is very important that we trust the youngsters and allow them to have a policy that can allow them to fully express their challenge so that we can solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution there. Let's trust the youngsters. Let's not assume we know how they feel and what they could do. Let's let them express themselves, and the possibilities might surprise us. One last one. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. For me, hearing the talk from the panel, I think what it points to, it's been mentioned earlier, that government cannot do everything. They also need to have people who assist them and guide them, and that's one of the reasons, I guess, you have think tanks in the world, and all governments have think tanks that contribute to their policies and how they make decisions. And I think it's good that the Deputy Minister is here, because these are the synergies that we need to continue to build on. Having conferences like this and engagement with government like this is what is going to help to address these issues that are being raised. And I think it's something that we have to, not just CSZ, but other organizations, to actually be beating on the doors of the Deputy Minister and saying, look, this is what we think. There is this problem. This is what we think is a good solution for it. So I think it's a synergy between government and private sector. Unfortunately, if we are going to be very brutally honest with ourselves, there is a bit of a mistrust between government and the private sector. And we have to find a way to break down those barriers and start actually working together, because it's our country and it's only one country. We don't have any other. And if we are not able to build those synergies, we are not really going to be able to go anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very powerful one. A quick comment from Ms. Dube on that.
And by the way, it's Miss Dube, not Mrs. Dube. Mrs. Dube is my mother. I just thought I should correct that.
Thank you.
So I just want to add to what you just said about how the government, people are talking about policies, right? But policies are developed by us, and then we push them to cabinet, you understand? Even if we ask cabinet to put policies in place, they come back to us as think tanks, right? To say, what is it that we need to do? What is it that we need to do? And I'll be brutally honest as well. Sometimes the ministry calls out, when they have stakeholder engagements, they call out for people to come and participate in policy formulation. And for some reason, we feel we are too smart to participate in these activities. And then when the policy comes out, we are the first ones to critique, but because we didn't want to participate in the formulation of the policy. But from everything that has been said, what I also gather, and what I would also want to ask the Deputy Minister as well, is every other country that is doing well in terms of keeping their pace in technology changes and the likes, right, has not less than 7% of its entire economic budget dedicated to research and development. And this is R&D in the tech space, in the health space, in any space. And maybe as a request to cabinet is, as we do our national budget, can we have not less than 7% of the national budget dedicated to innovation, whether it's in ICT, whether it's in the health sector, whether it's in what? This allows the different entities, the different companies and organizations to try out new ideas that will benefit the country at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dube, Bendlo, Tawengwa, Tawanda, and the good digital financial advisor there. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Session has come to an end.
Wasn't that just, it got us thinking, isn't it? What do you think?
Yes, it really got us thinking. We got so many takeaways, as challenges, as lessons, as opportunities, which I really hope that everybody in this room is going to play a part. Because whatever these guys were discussing was not just for us to just sit, listen, but it is for us to sit, listen, action on whatever deliberations that they were getting. So yeah, it's a homework. And we really hope that next year we'll be having so many disruptive technologies, innovations that we are going to be talking about.
Absolutely. I mean, if we look at it, the challenge is upon us. It is up to us. What we wanted to do was just for you to understand that it is possible. We can do it. We can, leverage the future on those emerging technologies, but it is up to us. I think the examples that Tawanda was talking about, India, a few of the other countries, when you look at it's a deliberate effort for them to position themselves. What Kenya did was not so special, but they made a position. So we need to make a position. I still strongly believe that, talking about the white man or the white skin, there's no better country that speaks English well than we do as Zimbabweans.
Oh, yeah.
That we know.
Yes.
So we need to, harness that education that we've all received to be able to speak and position ourselves to be the global provider. And it is still possible, Benlo, to recover from what we lost. We've been there before. We can do it. Thank you. Where is Madam Viola? Oh.
Alan, as you were talking, my Zambian neighbor here was saying that's the truth which you spoke, but you should replace Zimbabwe with Zambia in as far as English is concerned.
We are one people. Okay, let's be honest. Back in the days, we're all part and parcel of what? Rhodesia, the Federation.
Rhodesia and
Nyasaland. We are one, but I think it is possible. Can somebody please check with Viola for me? Otherwise, we'll ask the next speaker, then we can do what we need to do before we go for lunch.
Alan, can I just say something?
Yes, Madam President, go ahead.
I think my observation is that we as Zimbabweans, we like to talk a lot and very little action. And because there's very little action, we never get things done. So I think coming out of this summit, if we say we're going to prepare a proposal for the minister, if we say we're going to send recommendations to the minister, let's do that. And let's give ourselves some target dates by when that information is going to be compiled, by when it's going to be in the minister's office, such that we know that it's a definitive action plan.
Correct. So I love that, Madam President, because that's exactly why we have, why we are recording everything that we're doing, because out of it becomes that plan of action. It's not just about talk, but we need that special plan of action to deliver the things that we've deliberated. Because the onus is upon us, team. It is not about the minister or whatever. He has said, what you have, bring it to me. And we will ensure, we panel beat it, we work together to make sure it is delivered. We are the ones who have the ideas. We are the ones who are supposed to go there, just like what Mudio was mentioning earlier on. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam President. Okay. If I could call Madam President to come up front to present our token of appreciation to our minister. If we could ask you, Minister, to come forward. We've got a token of appreciation that has been prepared for you for, gracing our occasion and declaring this
officially open. Thank you.
No, it's okay. All right, thank you, Len. So moving on, I'm going to be introducing Mr. Clemens Sinyangwe, who is the current ICT Association of Zambia president. In his words, he's got a passion for ICT and focus on application and adoption of ethics in ICTs, which can be explained by his more than 13 years of involvement in the National ICT Association. He is currently in his third year of his PhD studies, and he's a holder of Bachelor of Science, honors degree in computing, Masters in Computer Science, Master of Business Administration, MBA, HNDIMIS, a Diploma in Programming, and various ICT-related certification. So as we can read from his qualification, we are really going to be benefiting from having him here with us today. So without wasting much time, I would like to call upon Mr. Sinyangwe to come up on the stage and give us his presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Is it afternoon? Yeah, I was trying to provoke my colleague there, but I do agree that Zimbabweans speak good English. Now, that does not exclude us because remember, we were some Northern Rhodesia, Southern Nyasaland, so we still one. And wherever we are, no one can even recognize or tell the difference between Malawi, Zambia and Zimbabwe. So allow me to recognize the presence of the Deputy Minister, the Minister of ICT, and the President of CSZ, all the past presidents, President Admire from South Africa, and all the delegates and members of the Computer Society of Zimbabwe. I'm very delighted to be invited to come and stand before you to do this presentation. And I should admit that we had the to and from discussion with President Joyce when she was giving me a topic, because we had to agree on something. And, as you can see, it looks a mouthful. But yes, as it is a mouthful, I think it speaks to what is obtaining today. So it's partial academic, but like I said, it's looking at emerging technologies, information processing, and how we can apply, cyberspace regulation. And I'll give a case of Zambia because this is something that we are struggling with even now. So to start with, I'll mention just a bit about information processing. We know that information processing involves, acquisition, recording, organization, retrieval, display, and dissemination of information. And when we look at the way it is done in recent years, I think we've gone computerized. And basically, when we talk of information processing, there are about 4 things that, we focus on, and that is, the way we enter data in, electronic devices, process, and the way we give output and also store. So if we were to ask the reason why we process information, I think I'll summarize by saying it's done for communication purposes to enable us make good decisions and informed decisions. Yeah. So once communication is done in different ways, and that is face-to-face, using the same processed information, telephone calls, text messages, email. But my area of interest is that which is done in the cyberspace. And of late, we've noticed that there's a lot of mushrooming information, about, going around on social media and different platforms. Yeah. So which brings me to, information processing in this technological era, or using emerging trends. I know a lot of colleagues and past speakers have spoken about, emerging trends. And if I was to just speak a bit about emerging trends, describe the term that refers to new technology, which is also referred to ongoing revolution of existing technology. And yes, people present it with different meanings, but these technologies are usually reserved for technologies that are having or expected to have substantial societal economic implications. Now, emerging technology or digital technologies have created new opportunities while also posing a lot of ethical issues. I think Moira and myself has been discussing about, ethics. And like I said, I focus more on ethics and application of ethics in ICTs, which does not exclude the application of ethics in the processing of information and also through the usage of emerging technologies. So this, information process has posed a lot of ethical issues, starting from the federal government, relevant sectors and public interest groups, taking, action to establish adequate safeguards to provide legal clarity. And some of them includes, information processing using 5G networks. When we talk of 5G networks, we're talking of the efficiency of, it has brought a lot of efficiency in processing and transmitting, of information. And also the results resulting in rapid advancement of 5G communication and computer technology. And also through the use of 5G technology, we talk of the IoT, which is widely employed in telemedicine, education sector, transportation, manufacturing, intelligent agriculture. We saw what Dr. Gilmore was, presenting, and we can agree that, IoT is happening now. So IoT combines artificial intelligence, cloud computing, radio frequency identification, traditional sensor technology, and wireless technology. We can see how the evolution of cellular technology, starting from 1G up to where we are now in 5G, and the processing speeds that we've gone through. So you can agree that really the processing of information is now getting improved through the use of emerging technologies such as 5G. And they are just show some of issues that have been brought concerning ionizing radiations that 5G, like I mentioned, technology is coming, but also comes with high, ethical issues. We may talk of, COVID symptoms. Some people have linked, when you talk of conspiracy theories, we talk of some people linking COVID-19 symptoms to, emitted by 5G towers. It sounds funny, but true. Some people believe that. Also, we've heard countries burning towers because of these, beliefs. But you can, think of, or we can get worried to see what people believe through the information and communication that is done through different platforms, such as social medias, and hence the need for, these regulations and, strengthening of ethics. We talk of the Internet of Things, which I touched a bit. The Internet of Things generates vast volume of data, which must be processed and evaluated before it can be used, and also allows IoT data to be collected and analyzed at the device location in real time. All those has been brought through the use of, imaging technologies. The ability of IoT devices to use computational power to rapidly evaluate data in real time is becoming also increasingly valuable. So that's another technology. And when we talk of drones, I think our colleagues again showed how, drones are being used today. Again, when you think of how information is being processed, how it's being disseminated, including transportation of things through drones, delivery vans, medical gadgets, security cameras, and industrial machinery, talking of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, while IoT devices and sensors capture a wealth of useful information, they also generate vast amount of high-speed data that are changing to manage, analyze, store, and secure. And when we talk of another technology, big data analytics, also gives us a process or used to extract meaningful insights such as hidden patterns and known correlations, market trends, and customer preferences. Big data analytics provide various advantages, and it can be used for better decisions. And to understand it further, we have those, the 4 V's of big data analytics. That is, talks of the volume, velocity, variety, and also veracity. So we can see real life examples there of information processing in this era, where we see now robots taking over, doing these warehouse jobs, and also does not just do that, but interact with human beings. So all these things are being brought through the use of, imaging technologies. There we see a smartphone-based retina camera, outperforms a tabletop system in detecting diabetes, thanks to, again, imaging technologies. And that's just an architecture showing, big data analytics, getting data from different sources, such as, live streams in data warehouse and data lakes, and also processing them in real time, and also, presenting them in real time. So this is a typical, real-time big data analytics solution and application of big data. We are, talking of communication, which I emphasized on. Communication, where we are saying, in the near future, we'll have about each person owning 7 to 10, connected devices. And also in medicine, big data is very useful. We see a lot of, data leaks and other things. The fourth industrial revolution in the processing of goods and services, and also retail and, vehicles. But what are, some of the impacts of these imaging technologies on the enterprise? So you're talking of enterprises being forced to implement mechanism for fast adoption of imaging technologies, as they prove disruptive to profits, if not well managed. And also in adoption of technologies, cybersecurity becomes paramount, and as these technologies present new canvas of attack from users to devices. Now, regulations become critical as the enterprise needs protection. Because as we continue using these technologies, and we say that they pose a lot of, ethical issues as well as security issues, goes beyond bordered supply chains, but equipment manufacturers that needs to ensure global acceptance standards are adhered to for equipment and software. Some of the ethical issues that are associated with information processing in this era. We know that when we look at the stages involved in processing, usually we are worried on the information that is being disseminated, but we forget about what information, or where at gathering of information, how is it being gathered, collected? Is it ethical? I think 2-3 months ago in Zambia, we had sensors, and I had a situation where I interviewed the enumerators. You could find them seated somewhere and they are cooking up data, trying to write, because they never wanted to go to those far-fetched areas. So I asked one, I said, what are you doing? No, but sir, I said, why didn't you refuse that, when we are being engaged? And that started as a joke, because we were in a group and some people were saying, census is coming to an end, but my home has not been visited. So that, we focus more on the outcome than the input. As somebody said, garbage in, garbage out. So if we cook up data, what do we expect? We expect to know the population? No. And also when it comes to processing. So those are some of the, unethical issues, and also at processing stage. But like I said, we are more worried with what is presented, especially that which is published in the cyberspace. Again, in Zambia, we are fighting with high levels of fake news and, hate speech and, other cyber activities as a result of increased opportunities brought about by the use of new and emerging technologies in information processing. And that's where ethics comes in, because now we need a lot of solutions, policies, frameworks to ensure that we monitor the cyberspace and we regulate the use. And among most socially significant components of information processing includes unethical behavior that result in immoral acts like generation of these viruses, software piracies, apart from the fake news publication and the likes. Lack of knowledge about information technology, security, and crime-related information. And this what forced, don't worry about citation. Dr. Gilmore will tell you that when you're in academia, it's always good to remember some of this. Else be unethical or cited to be unethical. So that's why we have such things such as the 10 Commandments. I won't go through them, but some of unethical practices, some of the unethical practices that we may talk of, the notable ones includes data theft, data breach, hate speech, hacking, fraud. I'll give another example in Zambia. I think the government suffered, the previous regime suffered a lot of data leaks. Even before Honorable, a cabinet list is issued, you find it circulated in social media. Yeah, so it forced the government to now go 100% paperless. So they have e-cabinet meetings. Of course, that did not handle the entire, concern, because again, there was suspicions that us ICT are in the forefront, ICT professionals are in the forefront to leak data through, technological means. And that's where now professional bodies such as CSZ comes in to ensure that you regulate the professional conduct and punish all those that are, found wanting. But how do we do that? So we're talking of, dynamism of policies in adopting emerging technologies. That is introducing regulations such as Electronic Data Protection Act, which we have now in Zambia, and also Cybersecurity and Crime Act, which provides mechanisms for quick adoption of emerging technologies. Sorry, I forgot to also include the, the ICTAS Act for ICT professionals. So we saw Zambia passing about 5 ICT-related regulations last 2 years just to fight, cyber-related offenses. But this approach does not contribute to the, improvement of technology to ensure they apply the relevant fields or impact the right skills and support. And of course, government is the main driver of such processes, with other stakeholders such as academia, research institution, in providing the much needed direction of technology impact. Again, citing Lisulo there, I'll pick data extracted from ZICTA, which is our regulatory industrial ICT regulatory authority, reported about 791 complaints regarding abuse of social media. And in that report, we were given statistics where, most of them were committed on mobile gadget scams, and also included pornography, fake news, cyberbullying, and so forth. And quickly, I know people were going towards lunch, so don't kill me. I was warned that whenever people are going towards lunch, avoid giving them long speeches. So I'll be very mindful. Yes. So we know that information security is simply the method, products, and processes put in place by technology professionals to prevent unauthorized access to critical information. But information security also, when you look at it, should be emphasized that no collection of products alone can solve every information security issue faced by an organization. Usually you find that you put up policies, people will see policies. I always tell people that try to tell people to say, don't do this. The same thing you're stopping them from doing, you find them doing tomorrow. So when you give people policies, sometimes it's like you're sending them to go and do those things that are prohibited in the policies. I don't know how we are made, but that's just a reality. Even at home, try to lock one room and tell your kids never to enter there. Even before you leave the gate, you find the door broken because people want to see what is prohibited, So there is need to put up now a combination of policies, security, equipment, and technology to protect information. I think a combination helps us. Why am I saying that? Because we've seen, like in Zambia, I'll show, despite putting, cyberspace laws, we're still having an increased number of cyber-related offenses. Those statistics showing various cyber offenses reported to the authority. And we are saying reported, so there are many that are not reported. But how do we get to know them? We are seeing those statistics showing from January to December, that was 2020 statistics. And also application used by perpetrators, the highest being Facebook. Then we have also voice call, WhatsApp, and so forth. Then that graph also showing categories of cyber-related offenses recorded by the authority, of which hate speech was one of the highest. As you knew, I think Honorable will tell you that in politics, it's not for the kids. There's a lot of hate speech. Today, I'll just wake up and say, no, Honorable, when he was a DJ, this is what he did. And it will go on like that, and it will affect, the outcome of something. So those are the things that we need to be worried about. These, according to those statistics, this issue has grown in importance over the last decade, and manually detecting or removing such content from the web is not an easy, task. Detecting hate speech or offensive language is a time-consuming and resource-intensive process when done manually. And a public or private organization would not have the bandwidth, enough bandwidth and resources to ensure that they do such tasks. So it's worth noting that human a lot of debates to as why what constitutes hate speech or abusive language, because that's dependent on somebody's it's a moral issue. Yeah. So hence, this has a big effect on information published in cyberspace. And now coming to regulation. Before I go to, what we need to do technologically, let me continue giving that case of, Zambia. The government decided to put in place, like I mentioned, measures such as broad surveillance of all the cyber activities, and also introduce cyberspace laws meant to regulate the use of cyberspace. While the introduction of this by the government was considered a solution on the part of the government, other sections of society, like I said, saw it as a whip to silence, especially the opposition in that. I was jokingly, Dr. Gilmont, yesterday, somebody that, when I picked a study on, application of cyberspace laws in Zambia, before I even finished doing my introduction, the law was passed. So it's, I had to change the focus, go to another one. Again, before you realize, we heard that, the laws are being repealed again within a year. So, Honorable, those are some of the issues that we are facing, as long as you don't report me to your counterpart. That's it. But I'm one of the people through the ICT Association of Zambia who stood up and condemned, the act then, because it was not subjected to, various, stakeholders such as our ICT Association of Zambia. Colleagues, you can see how powerful we became. So we can question the government now, and they subject the laws to, to the public for repealing, possible repealing. So this is a process we are going. Now, furthermore, other stakeholders such as MISA, which is the Institute for, Journalists, also condemned the introduction of these regulations. But in this technological era, rather than relying on just policies, documentation, we are technical people. There is need to understand that cyberspace is seen as an international virtual space, which may be very difficult to regulate. Because sometimes I'll commit an offense targeting at Zambia, but I'm in Zimbabwe. What policies are they going to, follow? What law is going to apply? I know lawyers will come in and say there are different types of laws that are considered when such, things happen. So main regulatory system and frameworks may be involved, and simply depending on application of laws is the situation in Zambia and other countries may provide futile. Now, imposing a single policy such as cyberspace laws is not enough. And now there is need to consider developing models, frameworks using technologies such as, machine learning in monitoring, administering, and regulating cyberspace. By so doing, we ensure that our interests are not just to punish the perpetrators like it was seen by a section of society in Zambia, but will be seen as providing a solution that will ensure that, we control the cyberspace without injuring people based on what they've done, because some people commit these offenses unknowingly. Frameworks and models can be developed using deep learning, which is a technique of artificial intelligence, and machine learning that models how human acquire a specific type of information. And when we talk of deep learning, we're talking of a critical component of data science, which also covers statistics and predictive modeling. It's also particularly advantageous to data scientists who are responsible for gathering, analyzing, and interpreting massive amount of data, like we are talking about information processing. Now, okay. Yeah, so those are some of the algorithms that are used when you're building such frameworks of detecting data. Like I said, this is a partial academic work, so I'm building a framework that will be detecting hate speech and abusive language, in the cyberspace, specifically focusing on Facebook and Twitter. And those are 4 algorithms that are applying. That is support vector machine, logistic regression, gradient boosting tree and the K nearest neighbor. So like I said, I promise not to take much of your time. That's the book that I wrote on adaptation and application of ethics in information and communication technology. Honorable, it will be launched by Honorable Mtati in the next few months or few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. So I would like to announce a change in our program. We were supposed to have Kumprai Matingo, a student of MSU GIS, doing a presentation before lunch, but we are now moving him to the session after lunch. So at this juncture, I would like to announce that we'll be going for lunch. And can we be back? Can we be back in this room at 2:15? So it's going to be roughly 45 minutes lunch break. Thank you, everyone. wanted me to say Masquera say instead of good afternoon. All right, thank you. I think because of our time, we need to kickstart this session. And I am really humbled. And I think for CSZ, it's a proud moment when you get to introduce the future. When you talk about mentorship, when we talk about supporting the next generation, and when we talk about supporting the youngsters, we wanted to sort of lead by example. We wanted to walk the talk. So we've got a very brilliant young man amongst us who is going to be doing a presentation this afternoon. I've known this guy since 2019 when COVID hit Zimbabwe. So as CSZ, we then came up with a group for students. We created a group for students so that they could network for students at HEAT, UZ, MSU, Polytechnic, Bindura University, Chinoy University, so they could network on that group. And within that group, you could see there were some youngsters who were already exhibiting leadership qualities. And I remember back then when COVID hit, Kumbirai was one of the guys who were like trying to say, guys, can we come up with an application that will indicate where here in Zimbabwe, area in a most hit, like with COVID, can we get statistics so that we could help the government? And so that was the sort of like discussion that he was leading amongst that students group. So without wasting much of your time or talking too much, I would like you all to help me welcome Kumbirai Matingo. Kumbirai Matingo is a 5th year student with MSU, Midland State University. He's finishing this year. He's writing his final exams in December. So he's going to be becoming a graduate member for CSZ. So please help me welcome Kumbirai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, our distinguished guests, our CSZ president, all protocol observed. It's such an honor to be here. And I would like to extend my gratitude to the CSZ membership and all its staff and members for extending me and granting me the opportunity and capacity to be able to attend this prestigious event. So, yeah, my name is Kumbirai Matingo. I am a GIS consultant and a student at MSU, currently studying surveying and geomatics. I'm now in my final semester, and I also do some consulting work as part of my as part of my extra activities. Okay, so let me just test this before I proceed. Okay. Okay. So look at our planet. It's not just continents and rivers. This is 8 billion people living, working, and interacting with the environment. The world is a global economy, societies, markets, which are all interrelated and affecting one another. By understanding the correlations, we can solve global challenges and solve tough problems at a scale like never before. So my presentation is going to be mainly focused on Zimbabwe, or the 15 million people which are currently in Zimbabwe, because I believe Zimbabwe has the same features as that of the other world, because people have managed to distinguish the world by implementing what we know as like third world countries and first world countries. But we are all one. We are all in the same world, and we all have land which contains the same features. Okay, so geospatial big data is a living digital inventory of the surface of our planet, derived from over 5 billion square kilometers of current and historical imagery and information. This inventory will allow us to uncover what is unseen to the naked eye. So I'm going to give an exhibit A of an example of a company which is looking to outscale its retail markets in Zimbabwe. So this company already has some existing markets in Zimbabwe. So by analyzing these trends, they can be able to observe the successful stores around the nation and the unsuccessful stores around the nation. And of course, they have a proposed new location for their new site, because they want to expand their business processes throughout the nation. So the first thing that the company does is to look at the location. This is by diving deep down into the neighborhoods of the people who are actually living in those communities. They actually use satellite data to analyze the way of life of these communities. So by looking at the satellite data, we see information about the houses. We can be able to determine their income by actually analyzing, we can be able to determine the wealth of those people by actually analyzing how much money do they make by observing through satellite imagery. We can see that is their yard well kept, how many cars do they have, and how many square kilometers is their yard. These are some of the features which could help us to predict how much income a certain individual is actually making. Through that, we then expand to neighborhood level. We then analyze it as a complex neighborhood and see the living attributes of that neighborhood. And then we expand to the city, to the country, and to the whole continent and the world, depending on how much scale the company is willing to expand into. Which brings us to the point of data. All this data has a location component in it, and we need to let this data speak for itself. By blending machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence, we are able to predict and come up with the best suitable location for these stores to actually make a profit. And I could give an example of one of the stores which are represented within this delegation, which could be Pick and Pay. If they are looking forward to expanding their sales in other places in Zimbabwe, which are unreached, they could actually leverage on geospatial data and use machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence to predict the best suitable location which will be able to expand their business and make them profitable enough. All this is related, is in relation to the real world that we interact with each and every day. So we then come back to the point of what is geospatial. Geospatial has many definitions, but I managed to pinpoint 3 lines which caught my interest. Some say this is data associated with location. Some say this is anything geographic and surrounds us. But the truth is, geospatial is a combination of all of this. The location, which is the geographic, and which is what surrounds us. So why is it important? Why is geospatial technology important? I actually want to give more examples on this to explain why it is important. On the 4 images which are on your screen right now, you have an aerial imagery. That aerial imagery can be used by city councils to actually do some urban and rural planning within the neighborhood or within a community or within a city. We have agriculture. Yesterday, we heard about drones improving agricultural yields in Zimbabwe. Through precision agriculture cannot be precision without the component of location, which connects us all. And we come back now to marketing. I know we have a lot of marketing experts in here. For you to be able to place your billboard on the highway, there's something that you noticed on that highway, which is determined by its location for you to decide to place your billboard on that highway. And then we come back to the smelling faces in this room. I believe the event organizers saw something in this location that they had to choose Victoria Falls as the location for this prestigious conference. So, bringing us to the issue of sustainability. The United Nations has set 17 global goals that we all need to achieve. And in my presentation, I'm going to tackle each one of these global goals and show you how geospatial technology can be able to achieve these goals. This is a common cause that we are all aiming to achieve by the year 2030. And I believe through geospatial technology, which connects us all, we can be able to achieve this. So before we deep dive into how geospatial technology can help us achieve this, we need to understand the constituting elements of sustainability. This brings in key components, which are the social, the environment, and the economic aspect, which all work hand in hand towards sustainability. Then we talk about data. There is no doubt about the data economy will stimulate research and innovation based on data, leading to new innovations, more business opportunities, increased availability and knowledge and capital that will collectively help solve these global challenges. Right now in the world, there's a trending like technologies which are being talked about autonomous vehicles. These vehicles certainly drive themselves, but without the concept of location, they won't even be able to move even a square inch. Talk about Geo AI. Right now, there are WhatsApp bots which are being developed, which actually help you to navigate offline. You don't need to go on Google Maps in order for you to navigate. You just need to state your like starting point and your destination, and everything can be done with you, automated through WhatsApp chatbots. This is an integration of machine learning models and artificial intelligence. We have augmented reality. People can actually play tennis in their homes without even getting to to the actual tennis field. And we can also talk about contact tracing through the success of the COVID-19 contact tracing, which was implemented by Zimbabwe. Right now, I believe no one in this room is actually wearing a mask. So those are some of the successes of geospatial technology. So in business, we have some certain emerging business models which are all being driven by geography. So the geospatial industry is not only driven by new technologies, but is also driven by innovative emerging business models, with geo getting to be embedded in more than one or even all of the workflows that we have currently in our businesses. We have platforms, we have services, which are something as a service. I know there are companies which serve software, they call it software as a service. Some have platforms, they call it platform as a service. All these components are brought together through geospatial technology, because you cannot operate your software, which requires data, in locations that do not have internet access. So we need to study the geographic component of your target market. We have businesses which are extending their partnerships into Zimbabwe because they've observed something within the Zimbabwean market. For example, we would have a retail outlet which is hoping to expand its business into Zimbabwe, but they don't want competition, but they want to collaborate. And they notice there's another business entity in Zimbabwe which is already doing the same thing as they're doing, and they form what are known as partnerships or competitions. We have other models which are called subscription, like base subscriptions, pay per use. We know that our lives are not balanced. We have some communities which are actually struggling, and some communities which can afford it all. By implementing these business models to the implementation of geography, we can be able to serve our customer needs and their wants. So how can geospatial technology be used to achieve these SDGs? So I've selected 3 SDGs, which are good health and well-being, zero hunger, sustainable cities and communities. So watch the next slides as I'm going to explain to you how you can be able to achieve this. The first one is on crop health monitoring, which is to achieve a zero hunger economy. Through satellite data, we can be able to monitor our crops by observing the trends of the past in order to predict the future. Farmers can actually use geospatial technology in form of satellites to observe our crop health and focus on what comes next and be able to prepare for disasters. Agriculture can be improved and forthcoming disasters can be identified for mitigation and adaptation before impact and negative effects. We got the COVID-19 tracing and response. Now that we are now moving from just the COVID-19 era, we are also hoping to expand this into a digital health economy through the power of geography. This is all provided with the full functional and adaptive digital health system. We can develop systems such as pandemic response, which you are now currently working on together with our consulting company, KM Spatial, for those who might have heard about it. So through the success of our COVID-19 hub for Zimbabwe, which delivered COVID-19 information to various industries and businesses, we are now expanding our business into developing what is known as the into what is known as the pandemic response system. So this system is going to be a standby system that can be implemented in a case whereby, I know currently there's a measles outbreak in Zimbabwe. If this system was already operational, we can be able to counter and never experiences such disease outbreaks in our economy ever again, because the system already can actually predict the potential hotspots of these outbreaks, which is all powered by geography. We're also able to develop what are known as chatbots. I believe these are also famous and actually became famous during the COVID-19 era. People could actually search for a location and be told whether or not it was safe. If you wanted to travel to America or wherever in the world, you could actually type the name of the nation which you want to travel to and be told if it is safe or not. Moving on to urban planning and rural planning, we have city councils. If they are able to manage and adapt to these geospatial technologies, we can aid municipalities on data about how cities are developing. Right now, there's an issue of house destructions all over Zimbabwe, with the main focus on Harare. We're actually experiencing demolitions almost every year. This is because of unplanned decisions which are being taken. People end up building houses where they're not supposed to be houses. And this is a cause for concern. By actually analyzing the trends of how urban cities are expanding, we could be able to plan for sustainable cities. So we have what is known as the Youth Mappers. This is an international organization which is advancing action on climate. So I am also privileged to be part of the Youth Mappers chapter here in Zimbabwe, which also spreads into 3 educational institutions in Zimbabwe, UZ, MSU, and CAT. So this is a community of vibrant young people responding to disasters through mapping. During the Cyclone Idai era, these youth mappers actually came into the rescue. All the organizations that you saw that were planning and flying drones, all those flight plans were actually derived from what was existing on the ground. And this was aided by satellite technology. So any flight plan, I'm sure like those who are into drones can actually testify that in order for you to fly a drone, you need to come up with what is called a flight plan, which is based on where you want to fly. And youth mappers were able to provide geospatial data on OpenStreetMap and other open data platforms to aid in these efforts. So these are other SDGs which I did not tackle on, but I want to tackle on some of the SDGs which are mainly forgotten, which is SDG number 10, reduced inequalities. By using satellite technology, using what is called as night vision, we can be able to see the inequalities which exist in our own country, which regions have electricity, which regions do not have electricity. And I hope the representatives from ZTTDC will be able to leverage on this technology to see where we're lacking as a nation when it comes to electricity. Another SDG which is mainly forgotten is partnerships. We can be able to map government efforts through geospatial technology, because right now there's an issue of resource over usage. But by actually seeing which organization is doing what, where are they doing it, we could be able to form what are known as partnerships for these efforts. Because I remember yesterday there was also a talk about not having competition, because in the end we're just wasting our monies. But if you are able to form collaborations through this, we can be able to overcome any of these situations which might occur. I'm not sure if I'm able to go to the next slide, I think. Okay, so there's a video which I would like all of us to watch and see how geospatial technology is being used in the world. And I hope as individuals, corporates and companies and government will be able to implement this technology in our very own country.
Done.
I believe each and every one of us as a sector in which they specialize in, which was actually mentioned in that video. So moving on to how can we create an impact through geospatial big data applications? I've come up with 3 solutions, or rather ideas, that I believe if all adopted in a combination can be able to achieve these sustainable development goals. The first one being VGI. So this is basically volunteered geographic information. We have various open data platforms, and unfortunately in Zimbabwe, we do not currently have a national spatial data infrastructure. This is just a portal where we can actually obtain geographic data for free. Unfortunately, this data is being sold in other various platforms, and organizations are not actually able and willing to share this information. But if we are able to contribute this data, volunteer geographic information, we can be able to retrieve this data on any open platforms, which can be used by the next person. Because I believe every data component which actually exists on OpenStreetMap, those who have used OpenStreetMap can testify that they can actually find some geospatial data components, even non-geospatial data components. So when you go back home and you try to search for a street in your own neighborhood, but cannot find that street, I would like to pose this as a challenge to the room to actually contribute by mapping that street on OpenStreetMap. OpenStreetMap is not even complicated. You can actually use your phone by just adding like your own house onto that open data platform. Someone else is going to search for your house number and they can actually find it through these open initiatives. And if scaled up to a national level, they can actually to unlock some potentials which are actually unseen. And as individuals, businesses, and government, we need to embrace this technology. Geography is a part of us and is what makes us and places us here in every moment, and places us in every moment. The geographic component of life needs to be embraced. And lastly, we need to adopt this technology through each and every geospatial means. I believe if you are an advocate for any of the SDGs, you can actually look at the slide which I had shown previously, or you could actually come up and ask me on any SDG that we can achieve, or any business challenge that you might have, which can be achieved and improved through geospatial technology. Because I believe this is technology which connects us all, can be able to unlock the future. So this is just a highlight of what I'm currently working on. I'm currently working on a book which is called GIS Step by Step, in which I look forward to unlocking some of the potentials in how we can achieve sustainable development goals through GIS, Geographic Information Systems. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kumbirai. I think from the presentation that he just did, we could also see that he's very passionate about his area GIS. So now I'd like to pose a challenge to the guys that are sitting here, to just take a moment and then maybe network with him so that he can also grow in his area. Just take a few minutes to just say hi and just talk to him so that we give him all the confidences that he needs to tackle the future, as they are our future. So thank you very much for paying attention. At this time, I would like to call upon Alan and Viola to do the gifts presentation. Sorry, can we have a roaming mic? I was told that yesterday I was too fast. I was operating in ultra speed in handing out the gifts. So I was told to model and to slow so that the camera can help.
I think I need Benita and Cream to then announce the people that are receiving for your session. These are just tokens of our appreciation to our presenters. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here with us. We appreciate we must be in the middle. Thank you very much, Admire, Mr. President. Yes. Wait, sorry.
Sorry.
Close.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, and then I would also like to call Faye Macheke.
Thank you very much, Faye, for being here with us and for putting up with the power. But I think we should withdraw our gift because you turned off the power. But anyway, because we value your presence here, we will be kind and give it to you. Thank you.
And then Limbikani Makani. Is he in here?
He is not.
All right.
Okay.
And then Mr. Clement Sinyangwe.
Thank you very much. Coming all the way from Lusaka, or just across from Livingstone, you're very close. We appreciate, we are brothers, and we'll be working together more and more. So thank you for being here. There. Thank you.
Okay. We would also like to call upon Kumbirai Matingo.
Thank you very much, Kumbirai, for what you are doing. We are rethinking the future and we are investing in you. We want to work together in promoting what you are doing. Thank you very much.
All right, I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
In here.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is he in here?
Did I leave anyone?
Okay, we were looking for Chibabache Big Data. I think he's outside. Ben Low.
He's outside.
Okay. Admire is coming to receive on behalf of Moira. Thank you, Admire. I hope you are going to Cape Town first before you go to Joburg. In case you want to keep it for her, please don't keep it. You stay in Cape Town. Ah, that's good. No wonder you turned off power today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Our esteemed speakers.
Thank you. So now I'm going to be calling upon Blessing to come and give us an announcement and wrap up our program. Thank you so much, everyone.
Afternoon, everyone. Before I give the announcements, I'm going to call upon Doc Kapanyengwi to just give us a wrap up of what we've been deliberating on the last 2 days. Thank you. Yes, you can.
Good afternoon. The wrap up this morning was far much easy because of the fact that we had alcoholic beverages last night. So whatever I told you, you started doubting yourself, even if I didn't summarize it well, you started doubting yourself. But now to summarize something which you had this morning and this afternoon, if I really err, you realize that this person cannot actually go ahead and summarize. But I was thrilled these last 2 days. I was really thrilled these last 2 days. I'm just going to briefly touch on what we said this morning before. In fact, maybe let me do it this way. Let me just quickly summarize what we had today, but it's very quickly because it's quite fresh on us. We had Admire Gwanzura, in the morning, and I was just saying to my Zambian friend there, this is what we do in Zimbabwe. We call South Africans who are Zimbabweans, who are representing national institutions. So the next president of the Zambian Computer Society is from southern Zambia. Right, it's from southern Zambia. So really, there are probably a couple of things which really struck me on his presentation. Fantastic presentation, by the way. There is the issue of the yearly survey on the skills trends, which I really thought we should copy, paste, and improve, or just tell him to come for a quick sabbatical over here. Then he actually does it for us. Because I think that is an interesting thing which can actually really give us quite a bit of mileage. And then we actually become authoritative. The one which they said they are doing it, I think, in conjunction with University of Johannesburg. I stand corrected over there. And then he really emphasized the issue of the connectivity, from the issue of being able to study from anywhere in the world, and hence meaning also you can actually go ahead and work anywhere in the world. And then the issue of the challenges, which are also really Zimbabwean in nature, not because they were being presented by a Zimbabwean for the South African market. The issue of the digital divide, which also the deputy minister really articulated quite well. And then the issue of the skills, which are actually required. This digital skills issue is really coming up. I want you to look for the World Bank report on Zimbabwe's digital economy. You find that on the pillars, on the 6 pillars which are actually mentioned over there, one of the key pillars is the digital skills pillar, because it really brings everything together. The moment that one is actually done well, it actually just goes ahead and make everything else a bit more seamless. Fema Cheka, yes, brought in the issue of the digital literacy again. The digital skills, they were actually very, very topical. If there is one theme which sort of overarched from yesterday to today, is that issue of reimagining, re-establishing, hence reskilling. Hence the issue of digital skills is actually thematic throughout what has actually been happening since yesterday. So she then brought in the issue of the seed, disrupt, gathered, as you are actually coming in with your solution. But the issue of credibility also came in her presentation quite a bit. Harry Hare, I really liked it when he actually then, because initially we thought it was a rabbit related name, but then it's clear that it's a Shona related name. Harry Hare, fantastic to have technology. Fantastic to have technology. Otherwise, we would have actually really missed his very, very key presentation. To me, the take over there from that presentation was twofold. You remember they actually changed their name from CIO, not Zimbabwean CIO, from CIO, Chief Information Officer, right? To go ahead and really realize that when we're talking of transformation, it's not about the CIO. That is actually a message. Even if we go back to what we were talking about yesterday, that relevance of the ICT professional, to actually realize that we are now no longer just looking at the Chief Information Officer, but we are actually looking at all and sundry, including the CEO. I am not even going to try and attempt to summarize what the deputy minister said, because there is a lot which he said. But I will do probably 2 things. One, there is the issue of the collaboration with the Computer Society of Zimbabwe. If we didn't hear him saying that, I am actually saying it plainly. That's what he was actually saying. That's why he not argued. That's why he corrected Alan that he cannot sit over here. He wanted to sit over there so that he would actually go ahead and listen, so that he could actually pick the issues where the collaboration can actually be. We have been given an open check here, because he referred to the Zambian legislation and said, if you draft a legislation like that, or motivated by that for us, I am actually going to champion it, right? and having been a radio presenter, you know, he can really go ahead and champion it for us. Then, I mean, he then touched, again, as I said, I don't want to actually go ahead and bastardize the things which he actually gave us. He then really touched on the efforts which the ministry is actually putting in, your laptop at school, a lap at school, the issue of shaping the base station landscape by actually reassigning them. Then the issue of the national broadband phase 3, the issue of the towers, yes, infrastructure sharing, and then how Zanet is actually coming in to occupy the space it should actually occupy according to its name. Teletrack from Tel 1, and then the connection of the hospitals, clinics from Portras. But again, I go back, he is actually saying, I have come to go ahead and really rubber stamp and buttress that association. He is realizing that it is actually going to assist in the development of in the achievement of our Vision 2030 with the Computer Society of Zimbabwe being central together with the ministry. The panel discussion, yeah, there was a panel discussion. I have got notes of the panel discussion here. But I think the bottom line is that we just need to actually go ahead and occupy our space. We really need to go ahead and occupy our space. We need to actually go ahead and, yes, the issue of the infrastructure is key, but one of the key things is us, the human resource, to really come in and occupy our space. I've got other notes which I am going to share with you later on over a beer or a drink. Zambia ICT, ethical issues were really the topic over there. And one of the things which he actually brought up was that issue of non-participation in legislation, because when it is a right legislation, it's clear that at times we are not relevant when the legislation is actually being brought up. And yet it brings us back again to the deputy minister's point that if we are walking lock and step with the ministry, then there is not going to be any surprise legislation, so to speak. But the issue of the ethics, and then of course, all the bills, we're now coming in to support the ethical conduct, proper ethical conduct of the Zambian ICT space. Kumbirai, with the geospatial big data, Kumbirai Matingo, he really brought the horse home, so to speak. I mean, I really admire the people who put in the program to actually bring in the young men at last, and then kept with even a younger man to summarize the whole thing, because my energy is young, my hair might not be reflective of youth. But I mean, the issue of the use of the geospatial intelligence. But what I really liked, Primrose got me to get into that group, and then she kicked me out. I don't know why she kicked me out. Primrose got me into that group of these young people. In fact, I know why she kicked me out, because there was oversubscription, and I actually volunteered to get out. But this issue is actually very, very key. Yesterday, we were talking about mentoring the young ladies, but that group is talking about is mentoring. Maybe it's now the Miss Sharai Dube's concept of mentoring everyone, both the boys and the girls. And a lot of good things are really happening in that group. And I really hope she continues really looking for amongst even the people who are actually in here, because this is actually a result of not only good mentorship, but actually extremely good menteeship, because this young man could be mentored. Because I mean, we know of some people who, even if you try very hard, they will not be able. Right. So I mean, I really liked it, particularly his look at the geospatial big data as a tool to go ahead and deliver the various solutions in our various workspaces. But otherwise, I think as I conclude, There were a lot of interesting quotes, but I think our keynote speaker yesterday, the issue that the nerd has won, however he actually really put it. Let's make sure that we really go ahead and take him seriously. Whenever he was actually presenting on the making money makes sense, I really consider him to be one of the most serious looking and serious presenting type of people. It's a good thing I met him here. There's a place where I also actually met him when Liverpool was still a team of not, because I think there was a Championship League game where Liverpool was actually a team of not. He supports Liverpool. He shouldn't lie to you. But I mean, on a more serious note, I mean, when someone who is not in your field comes and tells you how relevant you are and how you can actually go ahead and make a difference, you should take him seriously. Yesterday, when we were in the discussion forum later on, there was the issue of some engineers in some company who were trying to now actually go ahead and say things which are of a software nature, since it's called software engineering, now actually belongs to the engineers. So they're actually trying to crowd the software people from that specific space. But he is coming in and telling us the opportunities which are actually there, of which, I mean, he has been here for the last couple of days. That actually, to me, is actually a demonstration of the importance which he is actually realizing and the importance which really is actually there for us. So to me, the underlying theme, the underlying thread, one of the key underlying threads is that we need to reimagine our relevance. And we need to actually go ahead and then take the position which is actually going to make all the fantastic solutions which were actually being presented, whether they are the drones, whether they are the geospatial, whether they are the security issues, whether they are the way of deploying your networks, so that we really go ahead and do it for the purposes of making our business relevant and our businesses more profitable. Otherwise, let me really thank the presenters who trusted me to come and give a conclusion which can only be given by a very energetic young man like myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc, for the wonderful summary. At this juncture, I'll call upon our President, Mrs. Joyce Benza, to come and give us some remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blessing. I will give remarks, yes, but I think I'm here to thank all of you since we've got to the end of the formal sessions. I would like to start by thanking the conveners. Thank you, William. Thank you, Blessing, and MK in absentia, who's in Cape Town. Thanks once again for coordinating this very successful summit. I will also thank, I'll start downwards going up. I would like to start with our delegates. I think this has been amazing. We got some of the delegates for the first time. I will be asking you to stand, please, if you don't mind. If Pick n Pay are here, please stand up and just wave and we can see you. I think they've gone out. Thanks very much to Pick n Pay for coming to the summit for the first time. We're really grateful that they were able to do that and we appreciate it. African Sun, I think we're also here for the first time. Please stand up and we can see you. Please, 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 if you don't mind. Thanks very much for participating and for the support. We hope next time the numbers will increase. I will also then go in the other direction. I was told by Steve that we've been supported a lot by parastatals. But before I get to the parastatals, let's get non-parastatal people to please stand, just in case I don't have your name with me. Organization that are here, that people please stand up and tell us from where. Non-parastatal, yes. Mandel Training Center. Thank you very much. Procom Technology, thanks very much for being with us. Thanks for your support. We've heard about your new products. Some people didn't know about them, so they will definitely come through. At the back.
Thank you. I'm from MEFMI, which stands for Macroeconomic and Financial Management Institute of Eastern and Southern Africa. It's an intergovernmental organization, just like the SADC's AU, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't quite hear everything, but thank you anyway. We don't want to make you repeat.
Gibson Mukarakate from eSolutions.
Thanks, Mukarakate, for being here with us.
Tafadzwa Murungu from Nyaradzo Life Assurance.
Nyaradzo Life Assurance, thanks very much. You normally attend in numbers. What happened? They are here. How many of you attended? Well done.
Unit Chibakwe, Simas Youth Group.
Thanks very much, Simas. Thank you very much.
My name is Itai Tsoro from ZimSwitch Technologies.
Thanks, ZimSwitch, for being here with us. I'm sure some of you didn't know which organizations were here. So that's why I'm also doing this networking in the evening. You'll be able to know about if you need ZimSwitch, if you need Mandel Training Center, and so on.
Beauty Garaba, Motor Industry Pension Fund.
Thanks very much, Beauty. Beauty is one of the ladies that are on the executive for the Women in ICT Planning. So thanks for being here, Beauty.
Lapmo Marange, Zimplats.
Thanks very much, Zimplats. I understand there are quite a few of you from Zimplats. Zimplats. I also know that our Blue chapter chair is from Zimplats. So well done, Zimplats, for being here with us.
Pardon Tingini. I am from Catherine Tingini Foundation. We are based
from
Catherine Tingini Foundation. We are based in Chirumanzu.
Wow. Wonderful. A round of applause for him.
And our organization is seeking to promote digital literacy in the rural areas. So I'm not pitching, but I've heard a lot about organizations advocating for that. So we would be very much delighted if any of you would like to partner with us, we can push this agenda.
Thanks very much, Chirumanzu. I know that the ICL team drove down to Manzu very recently. And I don't know, Viola, if you want to say one or two words.
It was a needs assessment. We visited this center because they are trying to help the community around. They've put up a center to just, initially it was supposed to be a library, just catering for the community. Then they were then introduced to, they can introduce computers as well. So they've put up computers in a container, and then the one container has books.
Okay.
They have schools around them, a number of schools around them, and all these schools don't have access to computers. And it means the students are going through the exam, the grade 7 students, for example, are writing the exam without having sight of a computer. So introducing this center means the grade 7 students around are being shown what the computer looks like, given a few tips on how to get through the exam. And Pardon himself was taking the grade 7s through a session or sessions before they wrote their exam. So there is a lot happening in that place. There's a lot of potential. They need support in terms of equipping the place and also funding the teacher training for the teachers around. For us, it was exciting. It was an interesting, I hadn't been there before. There was one bridge which was carrying me. So I was doing a lot of needs assessment and checking what needs to be done along the way. And I'm saying digital skills everywhere. We're not leaving anyone behind. For me, it was a great day just taking that drive, but the need and the impact that it will have with the schools around. I think they are about, Pardon, we need to confirm the number of schools around, but he's doing an amazing job. He's a
Wonderful.
recent graduate from MSU, working on
Wonderful.
starting his master's. So there is a lot happening.
Thank you, Viola. Wonderful, wonderful. Like we were saying, I think a round of applause for Chirumanzi. We are all pushing for ICDL for the large corporates, and some are not even buying in. So if we are at the remotest of the remote areas and we see ICDL flourishing in that area, we're really impressed. And like we were saying, we will not leave anyone behind. Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo. And ICDL is going to be one of the vene vacho vachavaka digital literacy across the country. So I will now go to our parastatals. I'll do it in a clever way. Any parastatal starting with an A? No. With a B, alphabetical. Let's go alphabetical. C, Sito Ferrari. Sito Ferrari, please, let's see you. Thank you very much, Sito Ferrari, and thanks for being with us. Thanks, maybe you are the driver from there, but I know they always attend. I think every year we always get a good number from Sito Ferrari. Thank you very much for being here with us. Please continue supporting CSZ. A round of applause. We go on to D. Do we have any D parastatal? Do we have any E? City of Mutare. City, anyone from, sorry for leaving you out. Thank you so much, madam, for being here with us. We always come to Mutare and we'll be looking for you. Are you on ICDL? Are your users on ICDL? That's our next target, Viola. Thank you so much. So D, E, F, G, H, I. Which one is this one? Thank you very much, Wange, for being here with us. But anyway, you're just close by. Maybe you should have, there should be more of you coming. So we've done H, I, J, K, L, M, N. N for what now? NRZ. Thank you very much. Thanks very, very much for being here with us. We really appreciate. And let's continue going. OP, Q, post POSB. POSB, thanks very much for coming through. Our warm regards to Lois Ngulube. She is one of us, but she was on ISACA conference last week, so she had to just send a team. So thanks very much for being here. OP, Q, R, S, RBZ are here. I know that.
There's quite a big group from RBZ. Maybe they've stepped aside. RBZ, are you here? Anyway, we'll thank them in absentia. I know I've met some of them. In fact, I sat next to Tafadzwa on the plane from RBZ. So I know they're here, and we've met their boss, introduced by Viola. So thank you very much, Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe. SUST. And alphabet upside down. TIMB. Oh, thank you so much. The two of you, thanks very much for being here with us. You see, if we hadn't done this, we wouldn't really have immediately known that you are here. So I think this is helping quite a bit. Tell one, yes, tell one, yes, we know that the lady Due was at the front earlier on, is from Tell One. So thanks very much to Tell One. So after T, U, V, W, X, W, Watershed College. Thank you very much. Are they one of our ICDL clients? Thanks for being here. WXY. Now we go for the big one. ZETDC, CSZ, CSZ. Let's see you. Thank you. It's half the conference here. Thanks. Thanks, William, and thanks, Alfred, and thanks everyone from ZESA who's in council and chapter. Thanks very much for pulling such a crowd. I think, Viola, do you have any little thing to give them? I think they deserve something. I think we've got something to give to everyone. Something. Oh, thank you so much. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Any other Z? Zimbabwe something? Yes. Simdev, thank you so much for being here. Thanks. So I'm sure we're now done with our delegates. I just said to thank you personally, because I think this has been wonderful, and the turnout, what William and Blessing expected from the beginning, I think the numbers have actually doubled from our original expectations. So thanks very much for being here. And we hope that you've learned as much as you expected to learn, even if there's a gap. I'm sure we'll be able to also cover that gap. We'll have winter school coming up soon, and there'll be more learning coming up. So thank you once again. I will then go to the other levels. I will end with my parent ministry. So Director, I'm still to come to you. I know the speakers have been thanked. All of them have been thanked, but can I please humbly request that all the speakers stand up, and we thank you again. Thank you, Dr. Michael. Thank you, Tawanda. Thank you, Clement. Thank you, Doc Apanyengwe. And thanks very much, Faye and Blessing. Moira, our very large thank you to you. In fact, I will talk about what happened with Moira, Admire, and Clement. Like what we were saying was, with Rwanda,
it started with a Twitter for them to get onto ICDL. But with Admire and Moira and Clement, it started with LinkedIn. I went through and I thought, who's the president of IITPSA? And I just did a search, and the name Admire popped up. And within an hour or two, we're talking, and we talked for about 2 hours. Similarly, with Clement, I also went on to LinkedIn, and his name popped up, but unfortunately, I couldn't get his contact number. So there's a guy called Emmanuel Chumuka based in Lusaka, a good friend of mine, whom I've done consultancy with. And I said, but you are a friend to this guy. Please, can you reach out? I'm trying to look for him. I'm trying to talk to him. And then it happened. And after that, we were talking, and I had his phone number and so on. With Moira, when I was talking to Admire, and we just happened to be talking about, and Viola as well, we happened to be talking about IFIP. And Admire said, you know what? If you really need a good presentation and coming from IFIP, you'll get it from here, from Moira. And again, on LinkedIn, I went searching Moira, and the name came up, and we started talking. So I'm also trying to say, tech is good, social media is good, and now we've all become friends within a period of less than 2 months. I think, give us a round of applause. So thanks very much, Moira, and also for representing the International Federation for Information Processing. Would you like to say a few words? Thank you very much, Moira. I think on that note, I'll also give Admire and Clement 2 minutes to say something. Admire?
I think I'll repeat what I said before. I'm just excited to be back home and to see what progress has been made and what are the actions we are taking in terms of technology and innovation. It's quite exciting. And thank you for inviting me again. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Admire. A round of applause. Clement.
Just want also to thank you for extending the invitation. And just to say that this just marks the beginning of this kind of relationship. We soon be having a summit and exhibition, and we won't just invite CSZ as executive, but we extend the invitation to, other innovators that would want to come and showcase the innovations at our, exhibition in Zambia, because like we said, we just have a little border between the two countries, and a lot of people would want to cross and come and, have solutions from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. There you are. Anybody who would like to go and exhibit and visit Zambia, once we've got the dates, Secretariat will circulate the dates to everyone and just let you know when it's happening, how it's happening, and what dates and time. I'd also like to thank Admire for a reciprocal invitation on the 29th of November. I've been invited to attend the President's Awards. So already the relationship is built up, and I'm very happy about that. I might have talked about the Federation for Africa Computing and Information Technologies. That also is off the ground, And also thanks to Moira, she's doing the strategic planning for us, and she has the strategic planning committee. So across Africa, we've got very active people in Nigeria, in Cameroon, in Kenya. So what it means is that as soon as information comes that says there are conferences happening in these African countries, we also then be able to circulate it to yourselves, and those that can attend can also attend. So that cross-pollination of information, knowledge, networking, interaction is also going to help quite a lot. So I will also now move on to our own secretariat. A very special thank you. Before we come to the conference, they are already here, and they are already organizing things. They are already sorting out who gets a t-shirt, who gets a cap. They're also organizing the setup in conjunction with the hotel. Don't you see that the setup is beautiful? Isn't it? A round of applause for them. So Viola and team, please stand up so people can see you, just in case some of them don't know you. Tendai and Steve. Okay, the bush where we are going to be tonight. Steve, thanks very much for the nation. Thanks very much for all the hard work, and thanks for absentia, Takwe and Cleo. Okay, thanks. Cleo is the one who's going to, and Tendai. Okay, thank you very much for being there. They also chapter people that were on the organizing committee. Please stand up. This didn't just happen with a few people. I think everyone took part, Harare chapter, Blue chapter, and everyone who got involved in doing something about the summit, and past President Allen as well. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you guys for making things happen, and also for coordinating the various sessions. Lastly, I think, not last, the guys at the back, thank you very much. We lost power a bit. Maybe it wasn't your fault, but I think you did exceptionally well. And thanks for everything. And there was the band, there was the hotel, there were other people that are not here, but we're just thanking them. And I'm sure Viola, at some point when she's checking out, she's going to be able to do the thank yous for us. To the manager, hotel manager, and others. And for some of the very high levels of understanding that they've shown, we also would like Viola to pass on the messages. So lastly, our parent ministry. I know we've got a good relationship, and we have had a good relationship from the minister to the PS, who's my youngster, Dr. Jume, and to our director, Nathan Kupa Mupindi. I was trying to think about the Mupindi side. Thank you very much for being here. And also the Deputy Minister, Puti, in absentia. I think you will agree that we've got some dynamic ministers, former radio announcer, former DJ, former singer. I mean, give him a round of applause. And very, very responsive to questions and anything and everything that we asked. I think he had answers for. Where he didn't have answers, he was writing down. So I think the onus is upon us, council, to now be able to write proposals, structure them in such a way that they are understood, and also copying from Zambia. I think he was very excited about the Zambia example. So thanks, Clement, for elaborating on how you've actually gone through legislation to get things done. So we really are very happy about that. I don't know if there's anyone that I've left out. Anyone sitting in the audience that I haven't talked about? Yes, you see now, the online presenters, but they won't see us thanking them. But Viola is going to send some thank you letters to them just to appreciate. I think we had Barry from Kenya, and we also, what was the other one? Was he the only one? The other one, I think we expected to be able to do some remote presentation, but he didn't.
Our sponsors.
It was just a time issue. I think a time difference. I think he's in some country where he cannot be with us at the right time. So
Our esteemed sponsors.
yes, our sponsors. I think I was about to make a mistake. Our sponsors that are here present, please stand up. Some of them may be at their various booths, but those that are present, please stand up. And just say which organization you are from. Dande. Dande Mtande, thanks very much. Any other sponsor?
Sponsors and exhibitors. So it's sponsors, exhibitors.
Okay, sponsors, exhibitors. Please just tell us who you are and which organization. Procom. Okay, thanks very much, Procom. Ah, yes, Amitas is Capeso's brother. So how can we forget that? Thank you very much. I know there was also Glory Media. I don't think I presented here. Glory Media. Oh, thanks so much, guys. Thanks for and this improvement from last year where we now had some desk. I think that's splendid. That's great. I also would like to thank Liquid. I'm not sure if they're represented. Fine Art, Oracle, Delta Corporation, PowerTel. PowerTel represented. Tamani. Okay, please represent them if you can. Tamani, Kenak, we've seen their flyer. So thanks and well done. And Dande, we've already seen. Who else? Capeso, yes, Capeso. Is anybody representing Capeso? Thank you very much, Capeso, for being our partner. And we hope we continue next year. Tamani, do we have anyone from Tamani? They didn't come. But anyway, we just thank them in absentia because I think they've all made it happen. So all of us really made it happen. The big data man, was he here when we started? When we started here now. You were not around. Thanks very much, our very good friend, always with us, Benlo Ruredzo. I always remember him with his height. So sometimes we have to go like this. Hello, Ben. It means he was brought up well, was fed well. But he's also got a competitor. Mgobo Gobo is also a competitor for him. So thanks very much. If there's anybody who came in after I'd started, please just stand up. If there isn't, I think I'll just say in closing, we are really grateful that the whole conference went well. And this becomes the end of our formal proceedings. Am I correct, William? We will continue to have fun, to be merry. And there are also some exhibitions and that will happen even tomorrow morning. So please stay with us. Please carry on with us. We are still enjoying your company and would really want to hear any ideas. Interact, network, if there's specific things that you hope the society should achieve or should do for you, or anything that you think could be value addition, please let us know. Even from the presentations, if you feel that presentation should have added whatever, please tell us. You can tell the conveners or any one of us or any CSZ member, such that at least we know we will obviously do a survey, a questionnaire. And we are also planning to up our customer relationship management. So a broad survey will come to you later on, which is not only summit specific, but just to say, guys, are you happy? Where can we improve? What can we do? What other conferences can we run? What would you like to be able to do? And as you heard yesterday, the CPD is kicked in. We had taken a break a bit, but it has kicked in. So for this particular summit, you will get some CPD points. And going forward, any attendance of any particular session that's going to be run by CSZ, you will also get some additional points. So continual personal development will continue from this day going forward. So we expect you to do more participation. And these CPDs, remember, you can put them on your CV. And remember, when you go to interviews, they will want to know if you've been developing continuously. So if you decide that as a computer side, the guy that goes there first will probably get it better and get it right and get the job before you. So that's not a threat, but just an encouragement. So we hope you all going to be participating in the various sessions and so on. And also in partnership with the IITPSA and ICT Association of Zambia, as we mentioned, we are in discussions to try and get a combo status. And that is a very critical area. Those of you that are members of IITPSA, you can, once we've discussed and agreed, you can also become a member of Zambia. And once you start looking for jobs or to get the recognition, or those that do consultancy, you may actually then get a better status. So there are also a lot of other things in the bag, like William said, that are coming through and would really encourage you to just watch the press for detail. And in conclusion, our women in ICT Zimbabwe is definitely kickstarting, and we are launching before the end of March. So because it's end of year, we cannot launch immediately, but we're going to put all the different facets and the documentation required and get it going. And we believe that as women, the representation here is very low, but it's going to be more than double by the time because I've also already got a lot of inquiries just from this group. So that group is really taken off the ground. Most of the ladies here have said, I want to be a member, I want to be a member. What about those that are in the office? So we will also be copying from South Africa. Moira is also indicated that she'll be able to assist us. Faye as well has got some experience with women organizations. So she's going to be referring us to various areas. In fact, there are organizations that can donate $10,000 to start a women's organization. So we already have a potential to get that kind of donation. So that unit is already taking place. And by end of March, we should be running a women in ICT unit that can also benefit women, but even men could also benefit from it. Thank you so much. I think that brings me to the end of what were supposed to be remarks, which ended up in introductions and thanking people individually. So thanks very much. I will leave it to now to Blessing and William to talk about what's going to happen in the evening. I believe there are lots of surprises and we're going to be bussed there and back. So we're looking forward to the excitement. Thank you so much.
A round of applause once again for the president. I'm going to ask Violet to just give us feedback on the charity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Thank you to all our delegates, to everyone who's been here, to everyone who stretched their hands to put to help the orphanage. we managed to raise $355. So a round of applause. And as I am thanking you, because I know we are rethinking the future and imagining, leveraging on emerging technologies. Last year, we raised more than that. So this is just an encouragement to us to see what we can do to up our figure from 355. Last year, we were on 590. It ended up being 590 when the sponsor added more. So I know we can do more in raising for Rose of Charity, the orphanage, which is here in Victoria Falls. Last year, we managed to then help them with the piping for their water tank. They shared with us the installation of the water tanks, and they were appreciative of that. I know we can do more because we are generous ICT professionals. Thank you very much for what you've done so far. I know you'll do more. Thank you. And I know Madam President had said I should only give to ZETDC or ZESA, but I've assured that everyone here will get something, because we appreciate each and every one of you. And maybe other organizations have 10 people and they can't afford to bring 20 because they are less than that. So we thought everyone should get something. We are not leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Viola. Okay, I'm going to start off with digital literacy. We as CSZ are going to be commemorating the World Literacy Day on 2 December, Friday, 2 December, for the first time this year. We will communicate on the specifics of how we're going to do that, but just have it at the back of your mind that we'll be commemorating that day. And then my next section is social capital. So we've been talking. Yesterday, we had a discussion, I think in the breakaway rooms, on how IT people don't articulate themselves and how they're just techie and keeping their heads in their computers and whatnot. So we're giving you an important section, social capital. I'll just give you a quick lesson. Social capital theory contends that social relationships are resources that can lead to development and accumulation of human capital. So as the Computer Society, we have invested a lot of time for this section of social capital development. We'll start off with tonight. Our pickup for the bush dinner is at 6:30. We'll be picked up at the foyer there, so be ready for the bush dinner and start investing in social capital. Then tomorrow, we've got a whole day for social capital. We start off the day at 7:30. That's when we'll be picked up at 7:30. So you need to have had your breakfast by 7:30. We are going to have a whole day of social capital development. Yes. So pick up tomorrow is 7:30 a.m. Breakfast will start at 6:30. Okay. Then for next year, we're already planning ahead. Tentative dates for the summit are 1 to 5 November. So we'll be communicating, but just have that penciled in your calendars. I think I've just about covered everything. I'll ask Alan to say something.
All right, I won't stand up. You want me to stand up now?
No, it's okay.
That's okay. I think because of time, I just want us to be cognizant of what Tawanda's team has done. They've had some challenges to get here, but I think anytime, I think late this afternoon, they should be arriving. But because it will be getting dark, they've got the the Airbus drone that they've brought in. It will take about 30 minutes. So maybe if we don't change the program, the idea is before, I think at about 7 o'clock, they'll do a demo for you. It's only, they'll be able to do a demo. Confirm the place, Tawanda? Location, yeah? By the poolside. So those interested to see the Airbus drone, they'll be doing a drone demonstration early in the morning so that just in case there could be issues later afternoon when you come. So they'll be able to do that for those that are interested. Okay. Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning at 7. The
7.
demo is tomorrow morning at 7.
For those interested, yeah.
Yes.
7 o'clock by the poolside. Thank you.
Okay. So key times to remember: 6:30 tonight, pick up. Tomorrow, 7:30, pick up. Breakfast, 6:30. Are we clear? Drones at 7 a.m. William wants to disrupt. William.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Something just came through as our president was speaking, and I just started thinking, why can't we make it a regional summit, 1 to 5? I'm sorry, Madam President, I'm being disruptive here, but the presidents are here. I'm just thinking it's something that we could possibly do so that we have a one big event and share the experiences from all the countries. I'm sure, subject to further discussions, this could be a possibility. Thank you.
Thanks very much, William. In fact, from that Africa Confederation that I was talking about, there's already a plan to have an Africa conference. So that is on the cards. And as soon as there's an announcement, I'll let you know. There's also a Southern Africa one that Clement has been planning, which, because he's done conferences with Malawi and exhibitions with Malawi. So he was looking at Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, Botswana, and South Africa, and all the countries that are nearby. So there could be 2 of that kind that are happening. So I think we just need to also just do our concept paper and say, what is it that we want to do? Do we want to join the Africa one, which we would like to do? Join the Southern Africa one, and see if we still need our own. But that's something that we can then discuss back home. But that is already happening. Thanks very much. Combo, did I say? Yes.
Just to add on what our colleague said there, I think it sounds good. And I was just talking with Doc here that looking at Zimbabwe and Zambia, we can even co-host the event, because we are looking at maybe South Africa, Malawi, Namibia, and looking at how we share this border. It's easy for us to co-host the event. And so we'll talk with President Joyce and see and admire to see what can be done, but sounds good.
Thank you very much, my co-convener, William, and good afternoon to everyone. Let's be on time. Trukwenda kubush atiskwitra dinapa napa. So let's be on time. Thank you.
What is
Anzi trukwenda kusango.